Whoa! Oh my gosh, y'all got to get in. Y'all have got to get in here. Y'all have got to get in here. We got a lot to talk about. Begin to like and share. I know I haven't been on in a second, so you all get to liking and sharing, telling everybody that the kid, Sir William, is on. All right, get those likes, get those numbers up. Let's start liking and sharing. We got a lot to talk about. Got a lot to talk about on tonight. Got a whole lot to discuss. Y'all, Jesus. We have certainly a lot to discuss here on tonight, and I'm gonna open it up and let you all ask some questions and do some Q&A and response and all of that good stuff. Let's make sure we good and set up here. All right. So I am finally back. Forgive me, I wanted to do Sunday night, but I was still out of town, and just well, what did I do? Oh, Sunday I was down in DC, and time just got away from me, and it just was not working. And so I said, oh my gosh, before I knew it, it was too late. So everything that I'm gonna would have said Sunday night, we're gonna say tonight, and we'll keep on talking about it until until everyone gets caught up. All right, let's get to liking and sharing. Let's let everyone know. I know that it's gonna probably be a slow drag getting y'all on in here, because when I'm out like that, then it tends to take a second to build back up. But that's all right. We'll build it back up. We'll build it back up. Okay. I'm trying to, let's see what they doing over here on okay. All right, I'm telling them on TikTok, y'all. All right, y'all getting those numbers. Y'all letting the people know. Oh, I think he's live. Okay, let's see what he's doing. Oh, they over there. They battling. They cutting up. There. It better be the old ass song too. You got an old song. Sir Will. What's up, man? I'm coming down there with you tonight. What time you going live? It is. Yeah. What's up, Sean? What's going on? There you go. Okay. Let's see who else. I gotta let what you call it now. All right, let's let me go on and hit this live button over on TikTok. Are you all liking and sharing? Let's like and share. Let's get some of my people in here. Comment down in the comments. Let me know that you are on. Okay, who else? Who else do I need to? Let me see. Okay. All right. These are some of the folks that we like to cut up with over here. So I just have to let them know that we that we are live. What is that doing? Oh, my goodness. This thing is magnetic and it had something else stick to it. You know, being a creator, we have all kind of contraptions and all that good stuff. All right, thank y'all. For those of you that are joining on Facebook, please continue to like and share. Like and share, like and share. I got this set up, this TikTok one is a little close and on. Let's see here. Oh, I hit that to call somebody. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, audience controls. All right. Okay. All right, y'all begin to continue to like and share. Let's let everyone know we got a number of things that we're going to talk about on tonight. A number of my hot topics that I'm going to discuss, and another thing that I'm going to deal with. I'm going to deal with these comments. Okay, I'm going to take my time tonight, but I'm going to deal with some of these comments because some of you that are claiming salvation, some of you that are claiming to be Christian are getting to be a little reckless and a little too loose with your comments, a little too loose, a little too for lack of a better word, a little too cavalier to with using people's images and thinking that you can just snatch their picture and say what you want to say, and then you think that it is that it's okay. So I am going to respond to you all in just a file. Let me move this out of my way in case I get up. I don't want to trip on that cord. I'm gonna respond to you in just a foul and demonic and low down fashion, because see, that is the way that you get. See, some of you mama had to tell you hot, so she laid your hand on the stove and told you not to touch the stove because it's hot. Some of you need your spot blowed up because you feel like just pulling somebody's picture and putting whatever kind of caption that you want to put is okay. But then when when the same is reciprocated upon you, okay? When I snatch a picture of your gremlin looking child, or when I snatch a picture of your child and it's autistic, and then you want me, all of a sudden I'm supposed to have compassion. I'm supposed to feel something for you and that mongoloid that you brought into the world. That no, sir, no, ma'am, no, madam, or whom or whatever it is that you claim to be. That it does not work like that. You do not. And Rob, let me add that some of you feel authorized. Some of you feel that you have the right because he's a blogger, so okay, let me end. I'm gonna end on TikTok and I'm gonna come back. I gotta forget. TikTok is so sensitive. TikTok is so I just don't get it. They are so sensitive And I don't understand it now. What is allowed and versus what is not allowed. Okay. All right, I did my controls. Okay, so I got to watch my mouth on TikTok. You got to be totally politically correct over there on TikTok. All right. But what is this? Okay, you all please continue to like and share. Please continue to like and share. TikTok, we're back. We are back and live. I forgot to man. You know what I forgot? I forgot the key thing, which was posting the ways to give. How can I forget that? That's our revenue base. Lord have mercy. Elder, Reverend, brother, son. Are you all coming in? Are you all coming in so that I will not have... Okay. I'm trying to do something. You all know that I'm trying to multitask. Okay, here we go. Just do it this way. Okay. All right. Okay. So we want to. All right. Greetings. Thank you to all of my Facebookers that are out there. Evangelist Denise Cooper. Greetings to you. Red. Greetings. Susan. Susan Trammell. Greetings to you. Lisa Mitchell. Greetings. Good evening, Janice. Mother Janice. All right. Are we also on YouTube? Everyone that I see on the stream or in the comments is actually on Facebook. I haven't seen anyone on YouTube as of yet. Janetta Brown, is that it? Peterson, is that Sherry Peterson? Greetings to you. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get TikTok. We're going. You all run me up. We got a lot to discuss and talk about. I think it was an entire week, I think, since my last live. I gotta try to get more discipline, but Facebook, not Facebook. AIM is a convention sort of like on steroids. I mean, it just does not stop. It does not seem to cease. Timothy, greetings to you. I need everyone to like and share. I need everyone, if you'll be so kind, to like and share the live on your page, on your feed. And I have some housekeeping things. And what I was greeted in the most appropriate and nicest way by somebody that I absolutely adore, and they have befriended me on Facebook, and so the mother reminded me that I'm far too classy and far too intelligent in some of the things, or some of the commentary and some of the comments in which I have made, and I had to I had to immediately repent, and beg her pardon, and ask her to forgive me, because I sometimes I forget that I have generations. The Lord has blessed me with generations of people, and for lack of a better word, a fan base that ranges from teens all the way to seniors that like and love me. Am I streaming on YouTube? I don't see anybody. Mother Felton, am I streaming on YouTube, my sister? Can you please tell me? Because I want everybody in here. I gotta get this guy's name, because I want you all to tag him. Cause see, I don't talk about people behind their back. I talk about you to your face. I talk about you to your face. And we had an encounter. Amen. We had an encounter this week. We had an encounter this week, and we'll discuss that as well. All right. Let me see if I can see on this phone if I'm on my channel. Let me see if I don't even know how to look at my own channel. How do I do it, y'all? How do I look at my own channel? Okay. Oh, so we are live on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, so I think that I'm rolling on just about all cylinders. If I can if you all be so kind as if you would share also the ways to give are streaming. Obnoxious media could not function without your generosity and your love and your support. Let me get this among this let me see here. Okay, go to collections. I was trying to see if I recorded his name. Okay. All right. I need y'all in the comments, especially those of you that are on Facebook. I want you to tag Keith KJ Glover. Keith KJ Glover. Okay, I want you all to tag him, because I'm getting ready to talk about him. So you all tag him and hashtag him, because I am going to let him know. He wanted to post my picture. And he wanted to make a file comment, and so I want to oblige him and return the favor. But I want him on the live so that he can hear and see what I say about him. I don't want him to not be aware. All right. So his name is Keith Glover. Keith Glover. And see, the thing about you all, let me talk about you church people. Let me talk about you nasty, low down, hypocritical church people, and those of you that say you in ministry and say that you love Jesus, and you in such a love affair with God, and you so heavenly bound that you not know earthly good. I want to talk to you real good on tonight. I want to talk to you, and so that when you make these comments, okay, and we're gonna hit. All right, we're gonna hit, and I think we're rolling on all cylinders. Okay, so all right, had a few little housekeeping things there. All right, greetings, 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 and salutations to everyone that is present on tonight. I am yours truly. I am the infamous Sir William G. McCrae III. I am. Let me say this, whether it means anything or not. I am the first commentator on the Black church. Let's just make it certain it wasn't nobody running around at conventions with a mic or camera. It wasn't anybody that was thinking about in that form. Now it is taken a place to the point where you have at all conventions, just about all conventions, and cross denominational lines, you have people that are set and giving commentary. They're giving commentary from fashion down to the preaching, whether they're good or not. I might add, whether they're good or not, you have all denominations that are attempting to okay, yeah, okay, yes, I am. Why do people take pictures of me in the van? I was so amazed by this. Yes. Yes, and I am live. All right. Okay, so that whether the people are good or not, whether the individuals that you all pick from your denominations to represent or to give commentary, or the people that you feel that are safe, whether they're good or not, you all are doing it, and the trend started here. I was the first. I set and started the trend. Now, I'm not saying that it matters much. I'm not saying that it matters much, but I'm saying that that where it started. Um, oh my word. Okay. Uh, hey, the chairman of my deacon board, Deacon Myers is here. How are you, sir? Thank you for being here. Always having my back. I appreciate you greatly. So as I was saying, it started here. It started here. It started here, and it started here first. And now it is taken off, and you have a lot of people that attempt to go live, a lot of people that go live, a lot of people that attempt or want to commentate, and you have a lot of now Black church bloggers that many of whom are members of nobody's church, pay tithes nowhere to nobody, and are not affiliated with any level of Dr. Pepper. What's that girl song? How does it go? Dr. Pepper, baby. It feels so good and nice. Or so what did she say? Dr. Pepper or whatever. Yeah, the thing about I'll get into all of that. I'm gonna get into all of that. However, what I want to say, and Deacon Myers, you can help me. And if I go too far left, and like I said, I am going to, because I have a broad range of followers, and a lot of people, you know, I found out I am, what is that saying? I am a secret, uh, secret pleasure or a guilty pleasure. And so I have people that that follow me under assumed pages or assumed names, or that they'll follow me and that or watch and not comment, or would comment later. I get, especially when I go to conventions, I get so bombarded with so many people that whisper that to me. And so nevertheless, I am absolutely appreciative of anybody that that likes me and that takes the time uh, to follow me. I guess, for lack of a better word, are fans. It was so many. It was so many young people that I met that said, "Oh my God, it is, it is so funny." I did it. It was this one gentleman. Um, he took a picture with me. He said, "Oh my God, you are for real." He said, "You are a real live person." I was cracking up. I thought it was so funny. He said, "You are." He's like, "Oh my!" He grabbed me to touch me to see if I was real. He said, "I thought you was AI." He said, "I thought." I, I said, "I thought it was hilarious." So I had a really good time at AIM. We're going to walk down and give that. But what I want to do, I want to share with you. I want to share with you from a former educator's perspective and a former teacher's perspective of now we know that there, and especially you all know that I'm a student of the law now, and unfortunately my summer is coming to a fast and quick close, and we'll have to be back. It just mother Janice, it went so fast this summer. It went so fast, but soon we'll be back in class. uh and hopefully it won't augment my schedule too much for here. But I knew something and was trained, a part of our curricula, our teachers training. And Deacon Myers, you can back me up. I'm sure that they do this at your district in Florida. We taught and or had to deal with and learn things about children, teenagers, and their behavior, and bullying, and how to manage and how to conduct our classroom and keep control of our classroom when you had a lot in many instances, sometimes children or teens that would be in our class that were enemies of each other and bullied and talked about. So I want to talk to you, save people, because the majority of my followers are people that make the declaration. You decide to say in your bio how much you are a lover of God. You could, and you know what? I would not want to teach yours. I wouldn't want to teach that bastard that you brought into the world. Amen. hmm I wouldn't want to. And you're not teaching them very much either. Why don't you click the live? See, I'm on one tonight. Tonight's the night. Tonight, Shando. Tonight is the night. I want the ones I see. I want KJ. I want him to click the live. I want him to click, because see, I'm not running. He in Atlanta too. So I want him to know. No, you're not teaching them nothing. And your mama didn't teach you nothing. That's why you have somebody. That's why you have a kid and you don't have a husband. Now, because you wasn't taught nothing. Because if you was taught something, you would have been taught to keep your legs closed. You're not married. You're not married. You're a troll. If you married, click the camera, come up live and turn your camera on. I dare you. I dare you. I bet you $1,000 you ain't got enough heart to do it. Now, what I want to say to you all, I know that I blog. I know that I discuss a lot of sensitive topics that bother you, and you feel some kind of way justified, and you see they not clicking. You see that they didn't. You see he or whatever said that they married, but you are behind a troll page and you won't click the camera. I don't want to talk to you here in the comment. I want you to click the camera. I want everybody to see me and to see you, since you're so bad. Mm-hmm. So what I want to say is, when I was teaching, and I'm sure that this is still standard, when we were teaching, we had to identify things, and we had to identify issues. And some kids are not strong enough to take bullying. Some children cannot take that. Some children are afraid. Some children they may jump after school. They may incite other students to grab in or to join in to the clown session. It's all sorts of things that happen as a result. Now what we're seeing, because we have social media, I love social media. It has brightened up my life, totally changed my life, has created opportunities for a lot of us to live, make money, become or to have voices that would not have probably had a voice, or probably would not have had an opportunity if it had not been for social media. However, it also, one of the downsides of it is it gives you all, some of you that don't have a voice anywhere else, that does not have anything going on for yourself, that is filled with malice and envy and jealousy and hatred in your heart. It gives you this, what you feel is a safe opportunity to attack and say nasty and very ugly comments about people that you ordinarily would not be. And the other part about social media, it allows you to have entree, or it allows you to in some capacity interact or connect with people that you ordinarily would not ever even come in contact with. See, I don't deal. See, I do not. It's some people, if it wasn't for church. Now, y'all gonna say this sounds very arrogant. I don't care, because I'm not nobody's pastor. I'm not pastoring anybody. And so it's some of you that are so so low class and I don't even know the word. You wouldn't even be in the caliber. I'm going there tonight. Deke, I ain't gonna raise no money tonight because I'm not gonna be nice tonight. Mother Janice, I ain't going to, so I need y'all, I'm gonna need y'all to, Deke, I'm gonna need you to just go on and bless me with $100 tonight. I wasn't on all last week. Mama Janice, I wasn't on all last week, so just go on and give me 100. But because y'all would have probably given anywhere from about 15 to 20 a night if I came on every night last week. So just go on and just give it to me that one lump sum, because they're not gonna like what I'm gonna say tonight, but I'm gonna walk this out. And with the represent, I'm gonna walk this out. So some of you are not even on the caliber. You're not even in the realm. You wasn't reared in Jack and Jill. You weren't reared in with the in the community and in the society elements in which we live. You wouldn't have even lived if it wasn't for church. We wouldn't even encountered you. And so sometimes where there's no low self-esteem here at all, and self-worth and image, where but sometimes it's some of these things that people that are so bottom barrel that you would even have the audacity to come out with a comment. And then I go to out of curiosity, I go to many of your pages and you're so subpar at best. I mean, you're functioning at such a level of mediocrity that is beyond my comprehension, that you would even come for someone of my caliber. Like, I don't even understand. I don't understand. And I don't understand. And let me say this, because I know that it's going to be probably a lot of Church of God in Christ people that are watching. I do not represent the Church of God in Christ. I have never articulated or in any kind of way stated that I represent the church or that denomination. I've never articulated that. In all of the years of my commentating, I have never articulated such a thing. So for you to take a picture of me that you may not like, because you may not like my style, which I do not care if you don't. I am so unmoved and so unbothered. And then say, or make a statement that has COGIC come to this. Has COGIC come to a whole lot of things? It's a whole lot of members of a worldwide denomination, and whomever they are members of the denomination, but they don't represent. Now, if I was an elected person, an elected officer, if the presiding bishop made choice of me, then you could articulate, oh, he's a man. And I probably would change my aesthetic. Let me tell you, hair can be cut at any point, at any time. But Jesus had long hair. So I don't understand why y'all so bothered about people and hair. And your wife or your girlfriend is running and getting a 26, 27-inch bundles down her back. Why is hair such a big deal, or somebody that has a style or a taste that you don't have? Many times what happens is when people are absolutely, confidence makes people uncomfortable. When you have a person that is able to be their most authentic self and be as extremely as confident as I am at all times, in all places, in all stages, to be able to be my most authentic self and not care about what the critics say, that intimidates people, because you all water children and people down to fit a status quo or to fit a mold of what you think a person is supposed to look like and how they're supposed to behave and how they are supposed to carry and conduct themselves. And who said that you were correct? Who said that whoever told you that, whoever your mama was, or whoever your daddy was, if you had a daddy that was present, told you that that what their idea is correct? You are not correct. Variety is the spice of life. What it is that you are mad that you can't strut and rock and do what other people do. That's really at the core of what it is. So what I have said, and the reason why I'm taking a moment to address this is because when people say it, and when people get very venomous and very, very nasty, and I find out that they have children, and I'm going to tell you, this is my sincere, earnest prayer to God. I want your children and your grandchildren to reap 1,000-fold every evil comment. I want your grandchild. Every time you called me or somebody, every time you took the time out to pick up your phone and to go to underneath. See, I got to stand and say it for the person that you don't know. Because see, it's somebody's child, it's somebody's grandchild that you are saying and that you are abusing in that manner. And they don't have the intestinal fortitude that I have, where I can take it and keep on going. where you didn't like it, you didn't like it, you thought this hat was too big, well then let me get a bigger one. see, most of the people don't have that level of security within themselves to be able to do that. See, what you want to do is you want somebody to tuck their tail and run and put their head underneath their pillow and cry their eyes out at night. And then you want to walk around and talk about how much you love Jesus and how saved and sanctified and how full of the Holy Ghost you are, when you really a demon and you really a hound from hell. Because at the end of the day, this guy right here is somebody's child, just like you have children. And at the end of the day, there are people that love me just like you love that little nappy-headed rugrat that you brought into the world. Y'all don't like this kind of teaching. Y'all don't like this kind of teaching. So my prayer is that your grandchild reaps it 1,000-fold. Carl Peterson, I thank you for being on my live. I haven't seen you in a long time. I want them to reap it. I want them not to have the strength to go out. And face anybody, and then you go and you have to wonder why, and you have to pay for counseling, and you have to pay and try to figure out. Or if it comes to worse, then you come into your house and you find them laid out before you. What if I was weak? What if it was that last comment, that last nasty thing that you, with your saved self, with yourself that claims to be so Holy Ghost filled, you ain't saving nobody. And then you all jump on the bandwagon and you think it's funny, and somebody else said, and every time it is somebody that is so far below subpar. If this is subpar, you so far beneath it. Until you shouldn't open your mouth to criticize anybody. And then this is the thing that gets me. If you do not like a person, why are you engaging? So this is what I'm going to say. This brings me to this gentleman here that escaped from the Atlanta Zoo. Now, he decided, does this look like anybody? Does this look like anybody that should be talking and making any kind of negative comment about anybody? You're paid to go to church, sir. You're banging the drums at somebody's church. KJ, what's his name? Yeah, Keith KJ Glover. You should not be talking about anybody. If you so concerned, you should either why post my picture? Why post my picture? If you so concerned, and if I'm supposed to be a soul, and you such a lover of God, then why are you not inboxing me? I've been a blogger 15 years. I've been talking about people for 15 years. Where are my men at? For everybody to say I'm so gay and I got and I'm so loose. I want the men. Where are my men? Why haven't I been exposed like Tyler Perry? Why haven't I been exposed? Why haven't I been exposed like Donnie McClurkin, Stefan Diggs. Where my men? Where they at? Come on the live. If you've had me, come on the live. Tell it. Lift up your voice. The Bible says, lift up your voice like a trumpet in Zion. Cry loud and spare not. Where they at? I've been doing this 15 years, making money, good money doing it. That's why I dress and be able to look like this and full Dolce & Gabbana and fur and custom dyed red fur, because this was a white fox and I had them dye it and make it red. That's why it's rooms with clothes and you can talk about my feet or whatever. That's why I'm able to walk out and look like I do. I've been doing this 15 years for real. Now, before I get into that, sir, this is your wife. Can y'all see her? I have beautiful teeth, don't I? I don't have a gap in my mouth, do I? And my mother and father, they had dental. Then I have gorgeous teeth. These are my teeth. These are my teeth. They got all the way to the back. Beautifully straight. Pearly white. Gorgeous. Sir, why does your wife have a gap? This is your little family. You want to talk about me? Let's talk. And she's with another child. She didn't let you climb on her and do your business again. Think about it next time you want to post somebody's picture. And you look like something that just stepped out of Atlanta Zoo. Let them reap it 1,000-fold. There's so many things that we can say about this. Why are you kissing this child in the mouth? Isn't that inappropriate? What's wrong with you? Oh, I can't see. Don't do me. Don't come for me unless I send for you. Cause you think Kenya Moore was bad. See, no. You ain't met somebody as ruthless as I am. No. All right, I just wanted to do that housekeeping thing. All right, thank y'all. You are watching. It is Wednesday Night Live with none other than yours truly, Sir William G. McCray III. We are streaming. We are live on Facebook. We are live on Instagram. We are live on YouTube. We're live on Streaming Fave. We're live on Pixel. We're live on Roku. We are live on Apple TV and on platforms. Thank you for all of you that have tuned in and decided to hang out with me for a little bit on tonight. All right, we got a number of hot topics. I want all of you that are on, if you have not already subscribed to my texting. Did you all, how many of you all, let me get some top hats and bow ties. Let me get some top hats and bow ties in the comments if you are already a subscriber to my text message. It say, let's go pray. Oh yeah, y'all need to pray. Because that's what's gonna help you. Only the Lord is gonna help you. Because see, I'm gonna give you what you need. I'm gonna give you what you need. See, I ain't dug deep yet. See, I ain't talked about his mama. Yay. I'm not talking about the two that laid down, that was responsible to bring your obtuse looking self into the world. I need y'all to tag him and tell him that I'm talking about him. See, some I ain't talked about. See, I went to your page. I pulled the receipt. So when I'm ready, I got the ammunition. I got the artillery. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, we got a number. We got a number of things. Breaking news. Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. I have an announcement. I have an announcement on tonight to make. Let me do this really quickly. We're so excited. I hate saying that because everybody says that. We're so excited. I be like, what are you so excited about? What are you so excited about? Why y'all, everybody, all the church people say, oh, we're so excited. I get so sick of hearing all the saints or ain'ts or whatever they supposed to be. I get so sick of hearing them say, oh, I'm excited. They be on there with their ugly wives and stuff at their churches and talking about how excited they are. Oh, we're excited over here. We're so excited. What you excited about? All right, but I got a big announcement. And it may not mean much to you all, but it means a lot to me. So, you know that there was a man by the name of Quincy Jones. There was a man by the name of Quincy Jones that happened to be in Chicago. He was in Chicago on business and had some appearances and some I don't cover my neck all the time. This is an ad. Stupid. This was an ad. If this is full Ralph Lauren. Okay? This is full Ralph Lauren. And because you're not able to, I wanted it just like how it was on the mannequin. Now, can you go in and do the same? Can you go in and do the same? I don't have to cover my neck. It ain't nothing on my neck. Oh my God. Why? And you don't watch me all the time. Is my neck covered up all the time? Why don't you click the camera? Why don't you click the thing to come on? This is fashion, baby, that you know nothing about. We always got some low class, low vibration. It's nothing over here ashamed. This was fashion. This was how it was on. This is how it was on the I be messing up my scarf. This is how it was on the mannequin. Can I undo it? So I stopped, dum. I stopped on my way to AIM in the Ralph Lauren store in Georgetown, and this was in there. And so I said, I thought the outfit was hot, and I wanted it just like it was on the mannequin. Yeah, are you able to do that? Do you have the means to do that? Do you have the means to go in and say, okay, I want that full outfit like that? And can you lay down your American Express? Or do you have to get your stuff on sale? Are you running to K&G? Oh, okay. That's why you over there hiding. Don't come for me, please. Okay. Now they done messed up. Made me mess up my look for tonight. What else you want to call out? If I was on OnlyFans, if you wanted to call out, I would strip down for you, because I know that's what you want. You want my body. That's what it is. You over here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm cutting up. Mother done already told me. Mother done already told me not to act nice. I'm too intelligent and too classy. Mother told me, hey, ooh, I just love you. But I can't support. I can't send you a cash, or I can't donate, because I can't have you say my name, because you cut up so bad. All right, so as I was telling my story, so Quincy Jones was in Chicago, and he was watching the morning news, and a heavyset woman came on, and she came on, and she was doing a morning show in Chicago, and he was working with Steven Spielberg on the making a movie out of Alice Walker's book, The Color Purple, and they were casting and going through picking individuals to play the roles and make that movie as make that book that it was transformed into a movie script to make it come alive. And Quincy Jones saw a woman, a heavyset, dark-skinned woman with a curl that was named Oprah Winfrey, and said, that is Sophia. And he made choice for her and picked. Well, a Atlanta legend in his own right, the Godfather, an iconic guy that is a master hairstylist, has done reality TV, event planner, coordinator, just all around guru, is involved, or was one of the executive producers of a stage play, a Christian stage play, and his name is Dwight Eubanks. And Dwight, I ain't gonna cry, but Dwight said that Sir William McCrae needs to be in this production. So you all, I am going to be a guest star in Are You Marriage Material? And we're doing what is it? 2 or 3 shows, and our first stop on tour is in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and it is Are You Marriage Material? I want all of you, everybody that loves Sir William, I want you all to come be a part. If you all can come up to Winston and show your love. This is the flyer. Those of you that got the text, this is a flyer. Are you married? Y'all see my picture? Oh my God. And I was so honored. Dwight Dwight is, he did Real Housewives and all of that, and he picked me. He was like, you have to say yes, you have to be a part of this. And it was so amazing that I don't even consider myself to be any kind of way um on his level, but he has me on the flyer opposite, equal to him. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. So y'all, I want all of you, y'all got to come to Winston-Salem. Y'all got to inbox me so you can get your tickets. I'm gonna be posting. Will some of y'all come? Will some of y'all come to the play? Are you marriage material? And let me see. Okay, let me read the press release to you. I'm gonna be posting all of this. And for immediate release, beauty, fashion, lifestyle, and theater all collide as Robert J. Moore's Are You Marriage Material premieres during the International Black Theater Festival, hosted by Bravo's own Dwight Eubanks. This must-see production brings glamour, conversation, and unforgettable entertainment to Winston-Salem, North Carolina. This summer, the worlds of beauty, fashion, style, and live theater come together for an unforgettable experience as Moore presents Are You Marriage Material during the during the excitement of the International Black Theater Festival, hosted by celebrity personality himself, Dwight Eubanks, best known for his impeccable style. Yes, that is absolutely stellar and top notch. His infectious personality and signature phrase, "It's a lifestyle." This production is more than a theatrical performance, it is an event. Audiences Audiences are invited to make the afternoon or evening by embracing the energy and the fashion and the culture and make it an international Black Theater Festival, one of the nation's premier celebrations of Black artistry. Are You Marriage Material will take the stage on Friday, July 31st, 2026, with performances at 2 p.m. in the afternoon and 7, and then we'll have another at the Foothills Brewing. It is located at 638 West 4th Street in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Blending humor, heartfelt moments, and thought-provoking storytelling. The production explores the realities of modern relationships, self-worth, and commitment while challenging audiences to ask one important question: are you truly marriage material? The stellar cast features Rachel, Raquel, Stephen Little, Natasta Thompson as the beloved Grandma Hazel, and special guest star Sir William G. McCray III, along with Dwight Eubanks, setting the tone for the afternoon and evening filled with style. What's going on? TikTok, you have to do that little thing. Okay, we're back. With confidence and artistry that defines the International Black Theater Festival weekend. The play was written and produced by Robert J. Moore. Are You Marriage material continues Moore's Productions entertainment commitment to creating compelling theater experience that entertains while sparking authentic conversations about love, relationships, and personal growth. Whether you are a theater enthusiast, a fashion lover, a beauty professional, a relationship guru, or simply looking for an incredible event during the festival weekend, this production offers something for everyone. And I'm going to be dropping the link so you all can get y'all's tickets. When y'all come to, how many of y'all would come to Winston-Salem? Look, Deacon Myers, y'all. Now, some of y'all that did not make it to my live show in Memphis, y'all got to come. Y'all, I am so excited and so nervous about it. I've been studying my lines and all of that, so I'm going to be in. And then they did a flyer. They did that flyer, and then they did another flyer that is especially for me. And well, it was just like so cool. Oh my gosh. Ed, are you gonna come? Are you gonna drive down and come? Y'all have got to come. Y'all keep running my numbers up. I had almost 300 people on TikTok earlier. Y'all gotta run my numbers up. All right, let's get into it. We got a lot to talk about. Y'all, are y'all ready for my AIM recap? Are you all ready? Okay, strap on your seat belts, cause it's about to get serious. All right, so last week was AIM. Last week was the it was what, the 50 years of UNAC. So before, it used to be just about every department. So it was when back when Bishop Owens was the presiding bishop, every department. So it was a Sunday school convention, it was a music and youth convention, it was missions, and I believe evangelism. Like it was all, with all of the conventions that we already have, it was that many more conventions that met every year. And during that time, the church was in major debt, and Bishop Owens was the presiding bishop. God rest Big Daddy. And so he had the vision and to bring all of those conventions together and call it, they created what is now what we know as AIM, which is Auxiliaries in Ministry. And that celebrates and showcases all of the various departments of the church, from the youth department, music department, evangelism department, Sunday school department, missions department, all of those departments. So it's one big convention, but all of those different departments are meeting throughout the week of AIM. Then you have the adjutancy that is meeting. You have the security. All departments are meeting, discussing, doing workshops, learning. All of that is going on. And then at each night, then we all come together for the big one main service. So that's for people that was asking, and that's where the whole idea of the 50/30. So UNAC is 50 years old. AIM is 30 years. The first AIM chairman was Bishop Jerry Wayne Macklin. Bishop Jerry Wayne Macklin was then followed by Bishop, the presiding bishop, Bishop John Drew Sheard. Then after Bishop John Drew Sheard, we had Bishop Linwood Dillard, who was AIM chairman. And now we have Chairman Nathaniel Green. So AIM is probably one of my favorite conventions, because it just has a special energy and special vibe to it. And yeah, I mean, it's summertime, so all the kids are there. I mean, and I always say this, coaching folks are all a little bit crazy, but coaching kids are especially a little bit special. I mean, the way they just strolled through, it was so funny. Official night, you had this whole brigade of kids banging tambourines, and they just like electric slide. And I was like, where did this get? And they just came down the middle aisle, strutting and banging tambourines and washboards. Only in the church. All right, so it was good. Monday night, one of the host bishops, Bishop Carl Pierce, who is a former vice president of, a former vice chairman of AIM. He spoke. It was some internet confusion about the room, because we always start out in a smaller room. That's why they really need Will McCray, because a lot of y'all just get on, y'all click live, and y'all get on here, and you all start to say stuff. You don't know what you talking about. You don't know the history. You don't know where it came from. You just saying something. It was one guy that was on TikTok talking about, oh yeah, and I didn't like that they was at that room that we gonna be in is so small. That was not, sir. That was the first night, host night room. There was a small platform that was only designed for the speaker, whomever the singers were to be up. And yes, all of the dignitaries or all of the leaders sat on the floor. You absolutely should keep your mouth shut. Stop smoking weed and going over there on that boy that don't know, and saying stuff, and then y'all not even in the church, and then y'all and saying stuff that you have no idea, not a conniption of a clue of what you're talking about. So anyway, then Tuesday night we went into the main room. We were still picking up. I mean, Monday they came in big numbers. Tuesday people were still coming in. Believe it or not, as late as Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, I was still doing airport runs. I was still picking up people from the airport. But Tuesday night, Kierra Sheard. Now we knew she could sing. I had not heard Kierra preach. Now, some people are saying that I guess that they have heard her from the broadcast from Greater Emmanuel, from her father's church. Now, is she the youth pastor? Is she the youth pastor or youth president at her dad's church? I never got clarity on whether or not that's her position. I know in the national she's one of the vice presidents in the music department, but I didn't know. Most singers. I just explained what AIM was. Sorry, you maybe have to catch the replay. Just explain what AIM is. Praise God. Amen. Didn't I say that nice? Deaconess Earl, how are you? Did I say it nice? I think I did. So most singers, they can exhort, they can really speak, and they can, they can keep a tune and hoop well. So I wasn't surprised that she, that she was able to tune up and hoop, but I was pleasantly surprised that she had a solid word. Yeah, she really. Who said no? Wait a minute, AJ. AJ, what are you saying no to? Oh God. Oh Father in heaven. I need to start reading some of these comments. I need to start reading some of these comments. Lord, what are you all saying? I saw that. Not for me. You saw what? What did you see? What is it that she can preach? Yeah, she did good. She did well. I thought she did a solid job. She threw off a little bit. Yeah, she threw off. I'm gonna get into this a little bit, but okay, how can I say this? So okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait. If I get 250 people over here on StreamYard, then I'll say what I tell you what. Deacon Earl, how we I'm sorry, Deacon Myers, how we doing on likes? How many likes do I have? How many likes do I have? Because there was some things that went on that is kind of giving the idea. Okay, so if we get 250 likes, I'm gonna go all the way down this road. Okay, if I get 250 likes, then we'll go all the way down this road. I need 250 likes. If I don't get 250 likes, if we don't get to that number of 250 likes, I'll just keep it politically correct. I'll just stay middle of the road. But she preached. If I get 250 over on what is that? What is it? Over on StreamYard and that's YouTube, Pixel, Facebook. That's those streaming over there. But you only see the numbers from Facebook and YouTube. So if we get but over here we are already way surpassed that. And y'all can start running me up and sharing. I need everyone to share. Share. Okay, someone is saying Bishop pray for the bloggers. Did he pray for the bloggers? Did he? Thank you. Did he pray for us? Or them, or did? Okay, he did. Can you send me the clip of him praying for us? I know that he made mention of us. But I don't. Okay. All right, we're gonna get those 250 likes. Y'all keep on monitoring. But yeah, so okay, MK said Bishop Sheard through shade. All right. Let's get these numbers up. And then I'll comment. Amen. I'll comment. So I think that it was some throwing off. Okay. I'll just say it like that. It was some thank you. Okay, so Dimples now Dimples has the Holy Ghost. So now Dimples is saying he did both. Now, can you pray for somebody and be shady at the same time? And be sincere when you pray for them? All right, let's get these numbers to where I want them to be over here on YouTube and Facebook, and we'll go into it. So but at the end of the day, even with that included, it was solid and overall a good word. And I think it was germane. I think it was very germane to the audience. I think it was very germane to the audience, and it was a good message for young people. And that's the demographic for AIM. AIM is a meeting that is committed and sought out to celebrate the departments, and a very large demographic of that meeting are young people and youth. Okay. So Dimples says that he doesn't think it was shady. All right. Now, that's the thing about when you start getting into these kind of conversations. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has their own perspective. All right. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to let my numbers get to where I want it to be before I just launch on out into the deep, because I got a whole lot to say. All right, I got a whole lot to say in regard to it, but the numbers got to be right for me to say it. Okay, so I thought I was greatly surprised. I was greatly surprised. Wednesday night, Bishop Joel Tudman. Now I remember he came up probably just before the pandemic. He came up in my feed, and so now this is not any kind of disrespect to him, because we did take a picture. I was mad at him because I said that the picture didn't come out good, and I wanted him to take the picture again. Y'all saw the picture over on my Facebook page. I don't think I can access it from over here. Let me see if I can on this particular phone. So, but he was like, "Oh my God, you're here." And so I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know me? I didn't think, like, he's Joel Tudman. I didn't think he would know me." He said, I'm not taking a picture with you." He said, "You gonna talk about me?" I said, "No." I said, "I actually like you." I said, I thoroughly enjoyed your message. Now, let me say this about Joel Tudman. Like, okay, how can I say this? He really, I'm trying to think of the politically correct. Y'all tag him. Y'all tag Joel Tudman. I'm talking about Joel Tudman. Y'all tag JC. He's cousins to JC White. Y'all gonna tag Joel Tudman, y'all, so because he said I was gonna talk about him. So, but I'm not. But he thought I was gonna talk about him bad. But I'm not talking about him bad. But y'all tag him and let him know that we're talking about. He might even be. I'm surprised Marquise is not on TikTok. He might even pop in, because y'all know we have sometimes some big names that pop in, that show up. They creep in, and they sit in the back. But are y'all tagging y'all not tagging him on Facebook? Why y'all not tagging him? Come on, let's see. Let's run it up. Let's run it. Because I want him to hear and get it firsthand. I don't want sometimes there's some stuff that you don't want people to get secondhand or get the afterplay. Deacon Myers, how am I doing on my likes now? How am I doing on my likes? Joel Tudman. Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I thought he was really, really good. Okay. All right, we up to 92. I said if I get to 250, I'm gonna go all the way in. I'm trying to figure out the politically correct way to say this. He does not. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, so we way down. Oh, so I guess I won't be able to say what I really wanted to say about AIM, because the likes is not there over there on what you call it. They're not there. But I'll say this, Joel, his physique, his demeanor, he does not look like a traditional church. No, I didn't see him. He does not look like a traditional church guy. He looks like he looks like, dude is like a Deion Sanders says that he say, but he was like a save like Deion Sanders. Like, dude is big. He's a football player. I think he was a football coach in Oklahoma, and he's big and built, but he looks like, he looks like a hardcore dude. He does not look like or carry himself or have the aesthetic of the average church guy. He does not have that. He does not have that look. He look like he'll throw hands. I mean, he hood. You know what I mean? But and that's one of the things that just made him, to me, so great, because I said, oh my God, he is preaching like this, and talking like this, and looks like a guy that would be at the club. You can see him easy with a cap turned to the back in the club with a drink. He's good looking. He's muscular. 3 or 4 baby mamas. Just not the traditional looking church cat, and certainly not a church cat that would be in a Pentecostal, dancing, shouting, speaking in tongues environment, or at least not to me. And so, I've been in church all my life, and the men that look like that a lot of times, and still have because you still have some that look like that, but to still have that swag. Oh, thank you. He still had that. You I don't know how to, I don't know if I'm articulating it properly, but he's saved, but he still had like uh and not to diminish him in any kind of way, but he still had like a swag of a guy that's in the world. Do you all understand what I mean by the way that I'm saying that? Like, you might have somebody that is big, and you may have some guys that's in church that are muscular, but they still don't have that swag of a cat that's still in the world. And he had that, or he has that, and I think that he and his ministry will be really, really great, and can excel and go far. um he has had some, and also I am in, this is my show, so I say what I want to, and this is my opinion. But I think that that is also probably why he has had the stumbling blocks, Deacon Myers, that he has had, because I would imagine that because he has that aesthetic that he has, and because he could really win unsaved, unchurched, especially unsaved and unchurched men to Christ, that is probably why the enemy has fought him so hard, and he has had these stop and start. Uh, so some kind of way, I guess he would had a church in either Oklahoma City or Tulsa, and he came up in my feed, and I was like, wow, this cat is dynamite. I mean, he's like, whoa, he's got it. And then uh shortly after I became aware of who he was, then he collapsed, I guess, his ministry, or shut his ministry down, and relocated to Dallas. And I don't know, that to me, that from the outside looking in my own estimation, that was not a wise choice. Left Dallas, and then he wound up in Florida with Hernandez, with Bishop Hernandez. And then we got the announcement on social media that they were heartbroken because Bishop Hernandez, without reason or without warning, parted ways with him. And so now he's building a ministry from the ground up, and has decided to settle in Florida. Doesn't look like he's going to be going back to Oklahoma, where if he perhaps has stayed in Oklahoma and continued to cultivate and grow his ministry there, and not have had those two snafus or two snags in the road, he probably would be bigger or larger than maybe where he is now. But he's got to be significant because he preached uh, at a culture game. So he was really, really good. I was thoroughly impressed. I got a chance to meet him. He said, "Oh, you gonna talk about me?" At first, he was reluctant. Be honest with you all, he was reluctant to take the picture. I didn't think that the picture was a good picture, and I asked him to take it again, and could not. Didn't wait. I don't know if it wasn't that I wasn't able to convince him, which or my patience ran thin, because I got to get out there in my van and run my van, because I had to get those saints back to their room. But nevertheless, it was, and I told him, I said, I was there when he was consecrated. He said, no, you wasn't. I said, yes, I was. I said, I was there. I said, ask your cousin XJC. I was right there. I said, I was on the second and third row the night you was consecrated. And where were we? What was that? It's the Four Seasons now. It's connected to the convention center. Was that Raleigh or it was some part of North Carolina? I think that was Raleigh. we were in Greensboro, and he got consecrated under Neil Ellis. All right, so he was good. I definitely he's one to pay attention to. Follow him, all of that good stuff. All right, let's continue on with my critique and commentary about AIM. Thursday night, Nathaniel, I always say that it was one official day. Gilbert Patterson was still our presiding bishop and was alive. And Nate sang, the presence of the Lord is here. And I mean, he took the FedEx form on his back and just walked with. I think he has a great, seems to have a great future in the church. Really nice brother. Just a good good brother. Got a chance. All of the Greens, because I used to go up there for his grandfather's convocations, and Bishop Sam Green's kind of to keep the light on Green. Bishop Green's convocations was like little mini Memphises, and they had their convocation at Hampton in the arena and at Hampton University in Hampton, Virginia. So definitely has name, has legacy, and really a good guy. It seems that he's doing well with his church. He got Bishop Daddy Torrance Johnson's church, Grace Cathedral, Church of God in Christ in Dallas, Texas. Bishop Torrance Johnson was a cattleman that died, and he has that church. It was a big deal for him to be as young as he was and get a bishop's church, and do so well with it. And now that they have really outgrown, his congregation has outgrown the church that they have, and it's a problem, but a good problem, he says. So I'm sure that that they'll grow and get another location. And I think I went down. Oh, I visited his church the Sunday following Joyce Rogers' funeral. It was a lot of worse. Someone over on TikTok is asking me about my best dress, worst dress for AIM. I do not like this bulletproof material, this drapery material that the women are wearing now. I just, it looks like drapes. It looks like bedspread. It's just, I don't know. It's stiff. It's horrible, and I don't like it. So we saw a lot of that. But I was gonna save that for Sunday. I was gonna save that for Sunday night, since I didn't come on this past Sunday. I was gonna save that for Sunday night. All right. So that was okay. What is my likes like? Because we had Friday night. We got a lot that is going on about the bishop's remarks on Friday night, and this whole idea of a residency. Thank you. Person has let off our giving with $20. If everyone, this is a good place. We are been on almost 2 hours. I'm almost at the wind up of the show. If everyone can give, the ways to give are streaming. You can do a PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, Venmo, Super Chat, any of those, Apple Pay, any of those electronic forms of giving that you can certainly do. All right, so Well, my likes is not where I want it to be. My likes is not where I want it to be. All right. So Holly Carter makes an announcement, and she shares that Holly's a producer, and so she makes the statement of what her last movie did on Lifetime. And she did good promotion. She's also doing sort of like a reality show on YouTube. And then she also produced the Clark Sisters movie that aired on Lifetime. And kind of continuing with, as she said, paying tribute to the legacy of Dr. Mattie Moss Clark, she is producing a Vegas residency for the Clark Sisters. So, okay. It's Wednesday. And a lot of people have already talked about this. So, and I have been getting a lot of text messages and a lot of calls, and everyone's like, "Well, you gotta say something." But a lot of times what I say gets misinterpreted, and you all don't quote me correctly. So sometimes I don't like to necessarily say stuff. But this is a big enough topic where we gotta address it. Okay, so Clara Ward and Donna Lawrence, who produced the live album, he produced the live album for the Clark Sisters when they came back together. Now, a lot of y'all forget stuff. A lot of you all act like you're Alice and like you live in Wonderland, and you forget. So I know I ain't crazy, but there was a period of about 10 years that the Clark Sisters was not together. Now, a lot of you all probably don't remember that, or that probably does not stand out or very relevant in your mind, because Charles Edward Blake was presiding bishop for 14 years? And when the shift happened, Iris Stevenson was no longer president of the music department. Bishop Blake made choice of Judy Christie McAllister. She asked Dorinda to be a vice president. I think Dorinda declined and went to the Evangelism Department, and it was a lot of talk. And so for about 14 years, or the majority of the time, because you all have to remember, it was now, and this is in no kind of way, because the Clark Sisters are legends, right? They're gospel legends. That's without debate. But it was not until Gilbert's Um, okay, let's define solo. So it wasn't until Gilbert Earl was our presiding bishop that Karen did the sermonic solo on a official day Sunday morning. Now, Karen has sang in convocations, but she had not sang solo and had not done the sermonic solo until that year. Y'all remember the mink hat with the songs? That's when she was still wearing the Johns, and it was the stripe, and it was the mink hat. I distinctly remember it because I thought it was a big deal of saying, oh, this is her first time singing. So you all remember, Dorinda did Rose of God, the Rose of Gospel. Karen did the album cover with the long straight hair with the blunt weave blowing back, sort of like it sort of looked like the Yolanda Adams cover. And I think that was during the time that she had that deal with Motown. So there was a period that you all don't seem like y'all remember that, and I'm not talking about them. I'm not saying anything negative or disrespectful, but there was a period I know and remember, because y'all know I got a memory like an elephant, for at least 10 years that Maddie's girls did not sing together. Okay? Now that's not shade, that's not gossip, that's just fact. Now, I don't know if it was a riff in the family. I don't know what was going on, but we were not seeing. Don't y'all remember that? Okay, somebody just on TikTok said that it was 96 through 2006 that the sisters did not sing together. Is that correct? It was like and I think that that's part of the reason why, well, I mean, you're excited because of them, but that is also part of the reason that everybody's been so excited these latter years that they're back together. They're traveling, they're touring, they're doing, because they were, that was not okay. So they're saying over here in my chat that from 96 to 2006 they did not sing together. Is that correct? Before we go further, they were not singing together. One of the last appearances that they had made together that I can recall was when Juanita Bynum had her show on Paul and Jan's station on TBN. That's one of the last appearances that I personally watched and have recollection of. Okay, I remember that it was a 12-year separation. Okay, somebody over here says it was a 12-year separation in the 90s, and they got back together in 2006. Okay, so that's one right there. Now, Bishop Sheard, I think, should get a lot of credit. Thank you. Bishop Sheard should get a lot of credit because it was his final year. We were in Houston. His final year as AIM chairman. He brought the sisters back together because I'm not so sure because I think Jackie was still at Big Miller Grove. She was at Bishop Wright's church. I'm not sure where Dorinda was going to church, but I don't think. And then what Tweaky was playing, and I believe going to Daddy Sheard's church. Like they weren't even going to the same church together. Okay, so he brought them back together, and they did that. What was it? One Last or whatever. What was it called? And that was his finale as AIM chairman. That was a huge AIM. And then you remember people stayed over. They stayed over to that Saturday because that was the year. Okay, that was in 2012, and we were in Houston. I know what I'm talking about. And people stayed over that Saturday night. AIM closed out that Tuesday. AIM closed out that Friday night. People stayed over to that Saturday, and they recorded. Donald Lawrence had that music stand and a conducting stick, and they came out in black. All right, somebody saying that it was 2011 in Houston. Okay, whatever year it was, we can go back and look at it. No. It was not Birmingham. They came back together and they recorded that album his last year. No, okay. Now what you're saying, that may be true. His last year of being AIM chairman may have been 2012 in Birmingham. I believe you are correct. But they recorded it in Houston, because at that time I was doing internet radio, and Mother Sheard did I interviewed Mother Sheard on live radio, and I interviewed Daddy Sheard during my radio show on live radio from the Four Seasons, because that's the hotel that we were staying at. We were staying at the Four Seasons. Okay, so I don't think he gets enough credit for that. He brought them back together. I don't know what. I'm not saying that there was a rift in the family. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know that. All I know is there was a hiatus. Okay? There was a hiatus. This is nothing negative against the Clark sisters at all. It is just a factual matter of history. There was a hiatus that the sisters were not recording or performing together for whatever the reasons. For whatever the reasons were. Only them and the Lord knows. But they came back together. Donald Lawrence. So I'm saying that. Why are you saying that? Why are you making an emphasis about that? I'm saying that because it is significant when the man that worked and produced that album, when he comes out in the person of Donald Lawrence and says, no, what the bishop said is not correct, and he certainly has relationship and he is certainly close to them, then it kind of puts you in a precarious and peculiar position, and then something has to be said. So the fact of the matter remains, they will not be the first. I'm going to upset some people, and I know my phone is going to. They may not be the first. Now, Clara Ward, God bless and rest her soul. She died at 48 years old. I still don't know why she died. Y'all can find out and maybe tell me why she died so early or so young. But there's so many rumors and so many negative things. Now, I'm going to say this. When I look at clips of Clara, yeah, she was singing gospel, but it was kind of too buffoonery and coonery for me. Now, I'm just saying, Dickie Myers, for my opinion, you. So somebody said tread lightly. No, I mean, y'all know I say how I feel and what I say. That jumping up and down, them big outrageous wigs, that yeah, they were a lot. they were a lot. And so and then the Walt, it's hard to get better than Walter and Ed. It's just hard. I'm a Bay Area person. It is the Hawkins is still the standard. I mean, those guys were classy. Their music is timeless. They conducted themselves with the uttermost class. Their style, the hair, everything about it was just bad. And even when you heard any possible, they even, whatever your speculation was about them, they carried themselves with integrity. You didn't hear negative stuff on them. We didn't get no boy coming out with no allegation. Okay. See, it may not be so bad. Being a player may not be so bad if you can manage who you playing. So they did a Vegas residency. What man that does not love his wife and family is not going to be proud and not esteem and celebrate her? So so he did that, and so they're not the first, but they won't be the first. Then we got people that are splitting hairs as to if it's a residency or they just doing 2 nights or whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna say this: they might as well be the Supremes far as when it comes to gospel music. And they have also been such an inspiration and such a example to so many R&B female singers and groups. And that's without debate. And so you all, and it's just interesting that for them to get that level of pushback and critique, and I get it all the time, and as it's you still have to celebrate who they are. Now, I will say this, and I say this about them. I think that had the situation not happened with Bishop Joel Patterson when they did the Grammys that first time, when they came running down the aisle, had they not did that, and Bishop Patterson, who had bastard children, and had live-in mistresses, had the wife walked in Philadelphia on him with Mary. She went downstairs, mysteriously dies in the women's bathroom downstairs at the hotel. He has them wheel her body out and sit her up and keep her eyes open like she was still alive when she was gone right then. I know that's going to start. I know that's it. I already know that's going to start a firestorm right there. But so yes, that's what happened to Deborah Mason Patterson, and the rumors that he never loved Deborah Mason Patterson. He only married her and got with her so that he could get the church, and I mean, and the history goes on and on and on. But anyway, and he was going with Madam Wigley. They finally acknowledged Steve Wigley as his illegitimate son. The list goes on and on and on, even to the point where he stood up in his final official day message and said that he was scared to die. Y'all remember that? Y'all can go back and look at the clip. He stood up there. He said it publicly that he was scared to die. And he was scared to die because the life that he had lived. But anyway, so with all of that being said, that had those women, had Maddie's girls did Dick Clark's American Bandstand. Now, shortly after they performed that year at the Grammys, and Dr. Maddie Moss Clark ran down and performed with them. Shortly after that, they were supposed to perform on Dick Clark's American Bandstand. Had they performed on Dick Clark's American Bandstand, they would have crossed over. And even though they are beloved by us as Black people, white people would have been introduced to them. Okay, did I say G-E? Okay, it was J-O, not G-E. J-O married Deborah Mason Patterson. And Deborah Mason Patterson died at the Women's Convention in Philadelphia after she witnessed and walked in on the hotel room of him having sex with Mary Patterson. Okay, that's the rumor. That's the history. That's what the old people say. Okay, and then she went downstairs to the bathroom, and then they got her. He had him wheel her out, sitting upright on the gurney. She was already dead, and they had her eyes open. They wheeled her out, I guess, so the people wouldn't freak out. Okay. All right. Somebody said, Lord. Yeah, so it was a whole lot to the movie and to the book. Again, y'all ask Benjamin. Benjamin is my friend. So, and he sold his book or sent his book to Oprah, and the rumor was that a lot of his book was used for Greenleaf, And a lot of that history was Church of God in Christ history. Okay. But what I'm talking about is had J.O. and the general board not called Dr. Maddie Moss Clark in, reprimanded her, had those girls, had Maddie's girls, the Clark sisters, had they sang on Dick Clark's American Bandstand, they would have crossed over, and we probably would not even been, your church probably would not even be able to. Now they're already, they no slight to them in any kind of way at all. They are great singers, amazing singers. Their music is timeless. But had they crossed over, had they did American Bandstand, could you imagine how big Dick, do you all understand how big Dick Clark was back then? That would have been like when Diana Ross and the Supremes did Ed Sullivan. That would have been like back in the day when they said, when people went on Johnny Carson. Had they crossed over, and we would not, and white people would have been in mass numbers introduced to them. Oh no. No. We probably, I'm trying to even think of who, I'm trying to think of who sings gospel, that they probably would be more like I don't even, I'm trying to think of somebody that's like, I mean, I don't even know if we have an example, but we probably wouldn't be able to afford for them to come, and it probably wouldn't even be for them to be the thing that and the reason why I think a lot of times that people take them for granted is because they have remained so down to earth and so committed to the church. They're so committed to, because they could really have walked away from Church of God in Christ, and if they were not committed and dedicated and what have you, and then a lot of y'all, we take people for granted, just like people in Atlanta. People in Atlanta, we take a lot of, the King Center is right over there on Auburn Avenue. And you don't necessarily think about the significance of the King Center because it's right here in your backyard. So people from Atlanta, you know, people that live in Southwest, they may see Ambassador Andrew Young on his scooter and Aunt Carolyn in Publix, or you saw CT Vivian out and doing yard work. You saw them. I mean, you got George Washington, Booker T. Washington High School, Nipsey Russell. Well, Gladys Knight left and went to Thurl, but Nipsey Russell, Dr. King, Lena Horne, like so many legends went right to Booker T. Washington High School right here in Atlanta. Lena Horne's house is still sitting over there. It's not even a museum, but that's where Lena Horne lived. I mean, it's so a lot of times when something is just like around you all the time, you take it for granted and you don't realize how significant or what a person's contribution really is. So I'm just saying this. I've sat back, I watched a lot of you all nitpick and critique and slight and the only next thing or the big thing for them to do is to be inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And you all probably would have a fit about that. But I mean, like that, why not? Is there anybody gospel? Is there anybody gospel that are there any gospel singers that's been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I'm just wondering now that I mentioned that. Like, I mean, that's the only next thing for them to do. They got Grammys. They got, I mean, Beyonce sing their song every 15, 20 minutes. Sing their stuff. I don't know what else is. Oh, Kirk Franklin. Is Kirk Franklin inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? No, he's not. Is he? Oh, you saying he's on his way? Please, he's not. Who is there any? Is there any? Now that we got to think about that. Oh, okay. So Rosetta Thorpe is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay. All right. Rosetta Thorpe is. Yeah, she was Church of God in Christ. Played the guitar. The Soul Stirrers. Okay, y'all. I'm y'all gonna make me Google this. Y'all gonna make me. Who did y'all say before the Soul Stirrers? Somebody is Mahalia Jackson. Is Mahalia Jackson in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? She's not. She had teeth. She had missing teeth. Aretha's not gospel. So Mahalia Jackson, I would yeah, but y'all know the hell was she soon I will she wore me out. Y'all like Mahalia. She tires me. She's like Maya Angelou. And y'all say I sound like Maya Angelou. But all of that dragging and stuff, it tires me. It wears me out. What does this team have to do? Because let me say this. When you get to a certain level, I think, okay, like have y'all noticed, this is one thing that I like about the hip hop guys. Okay, Nicki Minaj, although she's not really, we don't really like her anymore, but Nicki Minaj, even Amber Rose, Ludacris, everyone, when they get to a level and they start really making money, they get veneers. It's something about it, when you have money, you step your game up and you get your grill. That's how I already know that a lot of these people that be talking about me, they trash. Because if you are operating on a particular level, when you're operating on a particular level, it's certain things that you do. If you're a singer and you wailing and opening your mouth in front of millions of people and they're capturing pictures of you, when you open, it should be white. It shouldn't be no black. It shouldn't be no gaps and spaces. You should have your teeth. Your teeth should be straight. You don't be running around with your mouth a wreck. That's why I can't get with Michael Strahan. You said, good morning to America. Please. When you start getting to a level of money, you put your you might be going to K&G now because that's all you can afford. But when you start making some money, then you're going to go and get you something custom. Then you're going to walk up in Saks. You're going to walk up in Neiman. You step your game up, You eating fatback and hog maws right now because you can't afford no filet mignon. You can't go nowhere and have a tomahawk steak because you're not on that level yet. But when you start making, then that's just like saying oh, okay, I got the first thing. What do the rappers do? What do the ball players do? They buy their mama a house. The first thing, you get your mama about the projects. That's why I couldn't stand OJ. OJ mama died over there in Hunters Point. He took Nicole Brown whole family, bought them houses, put them in business. Mother Simpson died from Hunters Point. They took her body out of Hunters Point, out of that project. You know what I'm talking about? When you have money, you start stepping up your whole thing. You elevate. You sitting there with a yuck mouth and you got money. Oh, hell yeah. Y'all know they say she was a lesbian. That might be why she didn't have no teeth. I don't know. That's what I heard. I don't know. We don't know. She went to Reverend Humphrey's church up there. She went to Shiloh up there in Chicago. They say she was like Albertina. They said, don't let her get. Watch your girls around and don't let her get up. Yeah, you gonna be done with the trouble. Okay, so some people right, money, you should elevate. Okay. So Friday night, let me go and go to it. Some people are talking about it. They asked me about it. Yes, Patrick Redick did come over after Revival Fire, and he was unhinged. Hey, Muscle, what's happening? Come up, Muscle. Muscle, you need to hear this. So, now, so he's really, let me say this, y'all. Let me go on and say this. Muscle, can you come up? Oh, Marquise is here. Marquise, why y'all ain't been sending me no things? Marquise is here. Who else is here? Who else is some of my regular troublemakers? Yeah, where is Muscle at? Is Muscle, did you come up? I want him to, okay, let me. Wait a minute. Marquise, drop down for a second. Let me holler at Muscle. Muscle, what happened to you, Negro?
I had everything that was right go wrong.
Are you serious?
Yes, I did, but I'm still here.
Oh my gosh. Touch him, Lord, right now in the name of Jesus. Wait a minute, Muscle. You know Patrick came up to me.
I heard you talk about it, so that's what I'm here for. I'm here from that show. I want to hear it.
It was Friday. I had on my gray, black, and white. It was official day. So now this is what I heard. Y'all. I heard that Patrick Redick got to Baltimore on Wednesday. Okay. One of the members of my Obnoxious Street Committee told me that he got there on Wednesday. Now, I have been trying to get verification of this, but it has been coming from reliable sources that when he attempted to participate with the music department, he was invited, I guess that would be the correct way to say it, but he was invited to exit the platform. And he was not. Now, I am still working to get absolute. We're like about 70 to 75 to 80% certain that that happened. However, he did still assist over in Revival Fire with the musical guests that sang in the Revival Fire services. It was Friday. Ty Hall had preached. You really missed a good aim anyway, I might add. I mean, it was like everybody was there. Darnell, Virginia, Mother Virginia Quick's nephew, Darnell, who is probably like he's like a DC Dwight Eubanks. Just the epitome of class and style or whatever. I couldn't believe he stopped me and knew who I was. But I mean, he was there. It was so many people there. So after being greeted and interacting with them, I met Mother Greta. I bet we took pictures. I gotta post them. We are holy people. And Mother Greta, y'all, she sang Friday night. She sang Friday night at Revival Fire. So after after Revival Fire, I probably had about 8 people that I had to take back to their hotels. And I had sent Fran with the key to get in the van and to let the other people in the van because I was parked directly in front of, y'all know I do what I want to do. And so I was all services, I just park, pull up the van and park it wherever I want to, which is normally right in front of the convention center. But anyway, I did that all week. And so I had sent them out so that they could get on the van while I was, socializing and speaking to people. So I was walking out and it was bad. My name was which it had been, called all week. So I thought it was somebody that was stopping me or calling me to, want to take a picture or whatever. And so it was Patrick. And I had never seen him like that. He was totally and completely unhinged. He was hollering. He said, I thought we were cool. I told him to calm down. I put my hand up like this. I told him, I said, Patrick, calm down. No, don't be Patrick and me. He was cursing. Eventually he got so mad and he was so loud. He was whatever happened on Wednesday, I'm told that he was very kind of low key the rest of the week. But I mean, he showed up, so I don't know why to be low key. But so I don't know if he had, because he always wears big shades. So I don't know if he had the big shades on trying to be incognito or if that was just a part of his style. but he was definitely there. So eventually he got so angry that he jerked off his shades. And he's taller than me, so he was kind of like a little bit taller than me, so he's looking down, and I mean he's like hollering and was pointing at my phone and like that MFing phone ain't gonna save you. And he said, what if I beat your A in front, right here in front of all of these people, and you could report that, and that can go viral. I mean, it was just like, it was really bad. And so I was trying to tell him that, that I didn't say anything bad about Patrick. Even in the midst, and I did tell him, I said, you really need to calm down. He admitted that he had not watched what I said, because I've given him a lot of grace, and still, even, I mean, his life is hanging in the balance. And I mean, it would have been really, really bad had he, had we had a fight or whatever, because that would have just, added to whatever charges or whatever potential. But it was just like, I don't know. I just hate it. I hate it, because he was saying, I guess he was saying that he didn't go on a cruise, or that the cruise that he went on with his daughter. But what I was trying to tell him that he wasn't hearing, the girl and her father called me. And then before he changed his number, I called him. But see, this is the second thing, because the first case came up. Y'all remember, it was with the choking. You remember? Muscle?
I'm here. Yeah, so
yeah,
I remember.
You remember the first? So, and that sounded like that didn't sound, to me, that didn't sound like him. But what I saw Friday night, now I can believe the truck. I don't know who advised him to come and put himself in that kind of compromising position with so much at stake.
I feel like those charges are going to be dropped against him. I don't think they found any evidence on him, so I think he's gonna be acquitted from all those charges. I don't think anything's going to stick.
I'm in law school, so let me say it to you in this manner. Evidently, without knowing all of the details, the district attorney must have taken the evidence that they had to a grand jury, and the grand jury decided to go and move forward with an indictment. And the reason why we know that must be the truth is because if there was enough, or if they felt it was strong enough, they would have indicted way back when he was first apprehended and charged. They indicted because they found something serious enough to make it go from it being on the state level to making it, to graduate it to being a federal charge.
So his charges have changed?
The charges have not changed. They have escalated. Okay, so you have city. Okay, and when you go like a traffic court, you go before your city solicitor. Okay, that is the attorney for that particular city in which you live. Then when you get to superior court, or when you get to county and state charges, then you go to superior court and you have a district attorney, and there's assistant DAs underneath them, and you face those charges. And then that's when you'll go to like very popular here, Fulton County's jail, county prison, county jail is Wright Street. Then when you get to federal, that is the state attorney. That's the attorney general for that particular state.
Okay.
And then that's when you get an indictment, which is a federal indictment. And if you're found guilty of that, then you go to what it would be a federal prison.
Oh wow.
So he was indicted, so that means that it escalated.
Okay.
So and then everyone's.
How was he at AIM?
He evidently is out on bond. Mm-hmm. And so depending upon the guidelines or the particulars of his bond, he may or may not been able to travel. Maybe he was traveling, maybe he traveled and had clearance to be able to do so, or maybe he didn't, or maybe he doesn't have that level of a restriction. Okay. Brian Carn travels.
Okay.
And he has federal charges. He has federal tax charges. So, I mean, it depends on your circumstances and who you're dealing with and communicating. So that would be how he could. But the dangerous part about it is that if he's out so I mean, as popular as I am, so had he struck, that would have been really bad for him.
Okay, I agree.
Because then it would have graduated, and then the kind of person that I am, then it was like, okay, he's dangerous, he needs to be held, and then he needs to be in. So it just, and and the thing that was so bad about it is because, and that's why I don't like hearsay, because I spoke well even in the midst, and there's no way that I can do what I do and not have integrity. That was the same thing when some stories get so big, even if it does affect a friend of yours, you can't just ignore it. That was the way I danced and skirted around the situation with James Hall as long as I could, but then it was just escalating, and Jeffrey was saying more and more and more, and it was getting more and more serious, and it was getting so saturated until who's going to believe me or take me seriously if I don't say anything. So that was the same thing here, and I just I hope that they are. He said one of the cases was dropped. but it is a big deal. But if he knows that he's going to be that emotional and that unhinged, he really and his family should not allow him to go into environments that would potentially put him in harm's way.
I agree with that. I guess he was just a little bothered by what I guess people were thinking about him and those charges. So I guess that was his reaction. Not saying it was good, bad, or ugly, but yeah, maybe that wasn't that AIM meeting was not the best place that he should have been.
I mean, this is a guy that I liked, y'all. Like when I said, and this is the part that makes it so bad. I said that if Bishop Sheard was going to pick a man, that he should have given the music department to Patrick. Do y'all remember that? Like the people that I guess told him that I talked about him, did they tell him that? Just like he said, William, when you said that and posted that, he said his phone just blew up. He said that, William McCray said. So, I mean, I don't know. It was just, I was just like, whoa. But I mean, I've not been in a situation. That's part of the reason why I'm in law school now. I don't want to see brothers' lives get messed up on little humbug, or I shouldn't say little humbug, but on stuff, and then your whole life is augmented, messed up, potentially destroyed because of one lapse of judgment. But you all have to remember, because see, y'all forget stuff. Let me go on and say this to y'all. I don't know who Rosetta Thompson is. Let me say this to y'all. Y'all forget. I was having a conversation the other day with somebody. Y'all forget. Y'all forgot that Mike Tyson went to prison?
Yeah, I remember that.
Do y'all forget Mike Tyson went to prison and did I want to say 10 years on, and I can't say the on TikTok. I don't think I can say the charge, but on a very serious charge, and that girl went to his hotel room voluntarily. And he had millions of dollars. You know, that he was at the height of his career when he went to prison. Okay, so I'm corrected. Mike did 8 years. So this is very, very serious for Patrick. This is not no small kind of matter. Somebody's saying that he said he loved it. Well, look, I know I can't go. See, I'm claustrophobic, and it's no way. I can't go. I can't be in nowhere where I'm gonna be close. I listen. Closed in and locked in.
He loved it. Yeah. Jesus, I don't know.
I listen. I know. Let me tell you. I went. Pastor Simmons had us go to try to bail this guy out, and they said, "Is that right street?" And so they said they had us in there. You had to give your name, and we was gonna try to bail him out. They had us in this room, right? and they were getting ready. I said, "Oh!" I grabbed my chest because I could feel it getting ready to cave in. I said, "Oh no. No. I tell you, you're not gonna be able to close that door. You're not gonna." They said, "Oh, well, you're gonna have to come out. You're gonna have to go back outside. You're not gonna be able." When I tell you, everything went black. Just like I stop people on the elevator all the time. The most people that I can do, it's got to either be a short trip, no more than about 5 or 6 floors. But the most people I can do on an elevator is myself with maybe 2 other people.
In the elevator with you?
Oh, uh-huh.
Okay.
No. I'm one of them. Oh no, you're gonna have to catch it. You're gonna have to step off. If I'm already on there, oh no, I would tell you. Oh no, you can't get on this one.
So what do you think the elevator too many people is gonna make it?
I feel entrapped, and I feel like the walls are closing in on me.
Okay.
The air gets real thin and light, and so it feels like, and see, I can't be anywhere like anything or anywhere. I'm not too bad in a courtroom, but courtrooms don't have windows.
That's true. The courtroom does not have a window. I just sat here and thought about that.
Courtrooms don't have. So, but they have those swinging doors. So I'm decent with that. But no, I know I'm not. I'm claustrophobic. Like I can't stand to. And then like places like with, a crowd can get real too big for me. That's why I was really amazed when during the pandemic that I was able to cover Black Lives Matter and a lot of the protests as well as I was. I don't know, maybe it's because I was outside, but yeah, a lot of times crowds can get too much for me too. So yeah. Man, yeah, but I know you're hearing all of the stuff that I know you probably kicking yourself that you didn't make it.
I wish that I would have better prepared for it, but I didn't. I thought I would be a speed to go, but everybody was telling me it was an amazing time. I was listening to you talk about how good of a time it was.
Oh, well, it was.
My question was, after all of that, did Patrick enjoy himself at
I don't know. At first, because I didn't hear anything about it, and so I was not, and so the those of y'all that are going to go back and tell him, and hopefully he'll watch the
Well, you saying you're not talking any bad about him tonight?
No, I haven't said anything, but I hadn't said anything bad about him before. Period.
Sometimes we be wound up.
But I think what it is because when you have a rapport with someone, and I think it was just a mere fact that I said out of all people that I said anything, that may have bothered him or what have you, and so I don't know, because I even tried to reach out. I tried to reach out, but his number is definitely.
But you could y'all could have a conversation just to.
Oh, I like Patrick. I think Patrick is outside of this. I think Patrick is a really awesomely talented musically. And I think he's just all around you know, good guy, cool person. We have always laughed and cut up at meetings and what have you. And I just think that a lot of times I think that the criminal justice system is slanted against males. Ladies, that's one of to be very honest with you, Muscle, that is one of the reasons that I knew that I had to get out of the school system, because a child can lie and make a false allegation, and it augment and ruin your life. It augment and totally destroy a person's life, and it can destroy it on a life. And the criminal justice system is set where you cannot destroy the character of a child.
Okay.
What do I mean by that? I cannot, if I was your, hypothetically speaking, if I was your defense attorney and an allegation was made, you cannot, I would not be able to come in and say, oh, she is a runaway. She is cuts up in school. She has multiple suspensions. She's been held back. You can't do any of that because a child is not able to present sound judgment for themselves. So you can't do anything. So it makes the defense of the lie. We have a guy, I can't say his name anymore because he I was very close to his late mother, and he called me in tears. He was so upset and hurt that I said his name, but I didn't say anything bad. I just was using him as an example. And you know, he talks about his situation publicly, so I thought it was okay. But it I guess because I'm Will McCrae, the sting of it was too much for him. But this guy in particular, the girl admitted on the stand that she initiated and that she wanted it to happen.
Wow.
Kenny Mo's nephew, Lazarus, wanted Gary. The teenager pursued Gary. Gary went to prison. Gary went to prison. And they knew that boy was a sissy. Oh, I can't say that. But they knew it. So, you know, and I don't know. I don't know. Because, see, it's going to, and see, y'all are from Virginia, and Virginia is a Commonwealth state. So that means laws are very different there. And so when you start talking about criminal defense, you know, you start talking about hunks and chunks of money. You're not talking about, you know, you're not talking about no little bit of change. You're not talking about chump change. So, yeah. So what you think about the residency?
I haven't really put too much thought in it. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, I they're legends. I know that it was a lot of controversy about whether they were the first or not. But never. It's still a great first, second, third, whatever. It's still a great accomplishment. I just want to make sure that is on the Strip. It's at the Venetian, the Bellagio, the Wynn, Caesar's Palace. Where else have I stayed? I've stayed at the Bellagio. I've stayed at the Wynn. I've stayed Caesar's. I love Caesar's Palace, although it's old. MGM. I've stayed at Hard Rock. Where else have I stayed?
Just everywhere.
I've been to Vegas a few times. So yeah, so I mean, I think it's you know, I said that if they had did American Bandstand, we wouldn't even be able to reach them.
I agree. How would Karen hold up her duties as the national first lady?
The same way she's doing them now. What you mean? How would she hold up her duty?
I just feel like she needs to be home on Sundays.
Most of them she is.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like, you know, it looks like she makes a gallant effort to, but I mean, this is a first for the church. Like we've never had a first lady that had a job. You know, I mean, she was a star. She married him already, a celebrity. Like they've been, if you really just want to know the truth, or if you just call a thing, you know, her husband is just now obtaining to her same level of relevance.
Okay. This is true. And I guess Kierra did the same thing with her husband.
What you mean?
Well, I guess Kierra has the relevance from her CDs and her clothing line. And, you know,
yeah, I mean, and I think it takes a special kind of cat to be married to well accomplished women.
Mm-hmm, I agree.
Like I would love to interview Bishop Sheard. You know, because I mean, I remember when he was saying that a lot of times, you know, that she would be on the road and he'd be at the house by himself.
I'm sure she said a career.
Yeah, so you know, and it's a lot of cats. I mean, you got what's that girl's name that I went shopping with her husband. He was like, "Oh man, you that dude," and we hung out and we shopped all through. What mall was that? We were in Orlando, and his wife had preached in one of the AIM. Dark skinned chick with short hair. I think she's friends with Siobhan. I can't even think of her name. Latrice Ryan. Okay. Yeah. But he's real down to earth and real cool. So I don't, yeah. But I think it's still I think it's still, because even though Clara Ward and them, I don't know. I just have a hard time when I watch old clips of them.
Okay.
Yeah. So have you thought about your path with going to become
well, I'm just on the go. That's why AIM was so important to me, because you know, and I was talking to Bishop Merrick. I don't know if I can say his name, but I was talking to I know you know who he is, but I was talking to Bishop Merrick. He was looking for me. He was like, "Where are you? Like, this is important for you." And he enjoyed himself, but I didn't make it. But I think I haven't decided to go the opposite way. I got to go on back and do
well, you got to get it. You know,
And I asked Bishop Merritt, I said, Bishop Merritt, do you think my content on TikTok has been aggressive towards the LGBTQ community? He said no. He said, I don't think so. He said, I think
he ain't watched enough for your content. Anybody, I'm just gonna be truthful with you. Anybody that has watched, what I'll say it to you like this, because I'm a straight shooter. Your aesthetic is gonna water down what you say, because you don't you present as as an alpha male, so you don't present in a soft or a femme way. Now you got some guys that's buffer and bigger than you that are that queen out, so that that would be different. But because of your aesthetic looks the way that it does, that it would probably water it down. But some of your panels and some of the subject matter, I'm just gonna be I mean,
I have cleaned up those panels, McCray. I also
you had one tonight.
I was on a battle tonight. I was battling, and sometimes those battles get a little tricky, but I don't do panels anymore.
But now, what I will say this, even for me, because I have, and I'm really trying to pull all of my numbers together because they're all over the place. So I'm really working to manage that. I will say this now. For me, different from you, I believe that your main flow is TikTok, right?
It is.
Okay. So that makes it a little bit more manageable, because TikTok, it for lack of a better way to describe it, TikTok has its own energy and spirit to it. It's a vortex that can suck you in, and you're indulging before you even realize it. So I had a real sobering experience during AIM, because I forget that I have people's grandchildren, and then they grandma watch and love me. So I have a range, such a broad range of my audience, and so I have one of a very high-ranking person said that I love you, but you're too intelligent and you're too classy to curse, and some of the things that you say. And so I was just like, I mean, I could not be anything but convicted, because I was cold busted, and it was somebody that I loved and respect that loved me, and they was like, I can't gift. I want to send you an offering. It was one night you were doing really, really good, and then you cussed, and I can't send your offering and run the risk of you calling my name, or it looking like, or being said. And we just, even though we can be free, we have people that are in our audience that you're still somewhat bound to. I thank you for your help.
I understand everything you're saying. I feel like I have lived my truth inside the church, outside the church. And I feel like it's space for all of us. And so
it's space for all of us. Absolutely it is. But okay, I'm gonna give you this example.
Okay.
early in when we first started engaging. So I'll use myself as an example. So the guy, you remember that I guess he didn't
like our conversation.
He didn't like our conversation. However, because of you being you and your aesthetic being what it is, although he didn't agree with both of us, he came back and his attack was more or great or toward me rather than you, because he wouldn't go down that vein or that road with the you. See, like I'm
fought me harder on the back end. So we had a real bad situation on the back end that I was a little nervous that it would come to the front end. But it never did. But he fought me the same way he fought you, if not harder.
Really? Okay.
Yes. I was cussed out and I was made to feel less than. And I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of people that just know nothing of church or act as if they know about church. And I don't even discuss church with them because they become like he was. They get offended. I had a brother tell me, I don't care about these titles and these things that people have, and I knew it right there, like you don't know church.
Well, we have a whole vibe and a whole culture. We're a total subculture, and if you don't know it, just like I was saying tonight, where when I started my show, I was talking about these people that become these cyber bullies, and they come on, they'll take your picture, they'll post your picture on their page and say whatever that they feel that they come to mind. I pray, and I want that same level of bullying to come back on their children and their grandchildren 1,000-fold. I want it to be so intense that their child and their grandchild cannot even go outside or don't not even want to go to school because of the level. Because that's the only way you're going to get when you go and you say and make ugly, nasty comments. And like I was saying to a lot of these folks, if it wasn't for church, a good number of them are not even on the caliber or the level where they didn't grow up in Jack and Jill. They didn't grow up exposed to a lot of the things that I was supposed to. If it wasn't for church or it wasn't for some of those other things, you wouldn't even our paths wouldn't even cross. And that's what, that guy losing everything and some wild experience with some boyfriend or whatever. I mean, that I don't know what that reality would look like. I suffered more because I wanted to, and I wanted to build something on my own and be myself and not care what people think, and leave a 8-bedroom house on the hill with, my parents got 3 pools, one inside and a lily pond and a pool and a pool house in the back. So I mean, that's just real. And he could not conceive that. And even the hierarchy with church and church people and their kids and how they match, and pair, oh, your dad's a bishop, her mama's a supervisor, her grandma's a supervisor, so you're gonna get with her and y'all gonna get married and y'all gonna live happily ever after. I mean, that's a reality for us. That's real life.
It is. And I think sometimes if you don't know it, And I'm guilty because I deal with, especially up here, I deal with a lot of people on TikTok that really don't come from that lineage. And so sometimes when they're talking to me, it's just like, oh, it's whatever. But I understand that that's how they live their life. I didn't live my life that way. And I kind of just now, I don't defend it anymore. I used to try to defend it, like, oh, you know, I just pay it no mind. Like, when they're going about their rant, I don't hear it.
Right.
Because I understand they're ignorant too.
Well, you know why, right?
Why would you say is why?
I would say that this is an alter ego.
Okay.
You, Jerron, different ones. It's a fun escape.
Okay. I guess I've made this a part of my life. So I don't see it as an escape. I just see it as emerging. Because my thoughts and plans is that what I just said to you, that there's space for everyone. I believe that if Jamal Bryant can pastor a ministry of many to people, then the Church of God in Christ can go on to lead. Then some of my brothers and sisters can do what God has called them to do too. That's my fight. I don't know that if that's.
But you're not doing that. No, because the I'm gonna challenge you on it, because that sounds pretty, but that's not reality. See that, and that's the crossroads. See, that's what this week would have been for you.
I agree.
This week would have been a very come to Jesus moment, because the thing where and then now the flip side of it is that you would be able to be as wild as you are, or as you want to be, but are they gonna walk through the Kojic Mall and the vendors with you? Or are they gonna say, hey, meet me back at the hotel, or let's meet at the restaurant? See, I have a lot of people that embrace me and cool, but the higher up you go, the more and more private it's going to be. And you would have seen and felt that real time. See, you can say, oh, it's going to be room for everybody. Oh, no. Not when you start talking about folks that you have relationship with and friendships with that sit on that platform. And not when you are talking about people that are of the upper echelon and church and the business behind church is how they generate revenue. No. No, Terrence can say, oh, that's cute, because that sounds like, oh, it's not, no. That's why you see him walk by himself. You don't see him with no entourage. Now, who you would have been at the restaurant, or, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Say that, I can remember my youth conferences being humongous. Like, we know Superintendent Nate Green, but you got to start with me. CJ, these people all preach for my dad. And so I've seen them in a few funerals, and it's, I guess.
But the Chris of old and the Chris right now,
But then I'm presenting this person. Like I don't sugarcoat anything. I guess what you were saying, I understand completely because my aesthetic gives me an upper hand. But I don't. Listen, I think I was at a funeral here with everybody maybe a month ago. I didn't shun away from my people. Now I was with my people. However, I told you.
Did you walk in the funeral holding hands with or doing something
I
that would?
I was with my mother, and so.
So you was with your mom, so that was safe. But you.
Well, what I did, my mom's went and sat with the first ladies, and I went and cut up for. I told you I cut up for a little while, and long for at least 30 minutes. Got me a good dance, and then I moved to appropriate seating. So I get what you're saying. I didn't stay with.
No, I'm not saying stay with that. What I'm saying, see the you're gonna get by default. You're gonna get a certain level of acceptance and respect based upon on the rip of who your parents are. That's one. But if it gets to being something that's very overt, and
so you feel like I'm gonna be shunned on the major levels. That's what you're saying. You feel like
but it's not. It's not. It's nice nasty.
Okay.
And so, I mean, because see, you're coming from an area, and yes, you have relationship, and you grew up, and you have history with them, but they're not. You're not who you were then, and they're not who they were then.
Well, a part of me, and help me if I'm right or wrong, but a part of me feels like the respectability would be that I'm walking in and out my truth. Like I'm not their performance or being performative. I'm being exactly who I am. I desire to be. I'm gonna be honest with you. This might make you laugh a little bit, but I ran some of our major youth conferences. Like I'm going. My goal is to go back there. My goal is to be able to make space there. Like I that's my goal, but maybe I'm not looking at it the way you're looking at it.
I don't think that you have been able to. It's not a matter of looking at it the same way. I think you have not done it yet, and so.
I'm at my local church. I'm there, but I guess going back to the national church, it is scary. But what am I to do? Like
No, I'm not saying not do it, but what I'm saying is that it's not going.
To go the way I see it in my head.
Yeah, it's not. It's going to be just like even at my level where you're going to have somebody that's going to pull you to the side, and they're going to say, hey, I love you, such and such or such and such, but you're not going to be able to do this, or you're not going to be able to do that, or because I get
limitations in what I can, and I see that, but I just feel like. I don't know. I feel like
you're not going to be able to say the F word and have those heavy.
What's the F word though? What's the F word we're talking
about sex? When you have said that you're gonna have sex, and when you have talked, you've had some explicit panels.
I won't bring that there,
but what? No, I'm just saying, as far as some of the panels that you have had, I mean, when you start back. They're gonna change, or you're not gonna be able to have them, or you're not gonna.
So a lot of this stuff is for TikTok entertainment purposes only. That's not how I live my life. And I want you to know, I was speaking to Dr. Merritt, and he was like, "There's some people you're gonna have to let go.
Okay, so now we have it the reality.
And all of the people that saying, okay, on your return, I'm not telling you to leave TikTok. You gotta clean it up, because there are some people that don't even know who you are. They don't know where you come from, and they just
right, because that's why I was saying that this has been sort of like an alter ego, because a lot of the people that you probably interact with, they have no concept of church. They have no concept of. I'll give another example. I had to tell P.A. Brooks' son's daughter. I said, do you know who this man is in our church? I don't give it so-and-so. Okay. Well, you don't, but who his based off the fact of who his father was alone, you know, we need you to not behave and act in such a manner.
Right.
You know, and so it altered our relationship, because, you know, I say just how I feel, and I don't, with no filter. So yeah, it's gonna be some people that
I believe I'm gonna be shunned. Listen, I mean,
and it's not gonna be shunned. It's going to be a little bit of a distance.
Okay.
But as you know, shave that part off, you know, I'm sure that it'll be fine, because I mean, I still go interact, and, you know, I deal with generally nothing but the upper echelon of the church. So it's still that catch-22, but I don't know how to, until you see it and experience it, I don't necessarily know how to articulate it. Also, the idea of the kind of service that you went to. You went home to a homegoing and a funeral. So that's safe to embrace. We're accustomed to that. See, a lot of times we'll bury people, and their family members don't even know to the level of who their granddaddy was in the church. That was their granddaddy, but they didn't know that, their granddaddy was like, this bishop or this, key leader, because they're so far removed. I've been in funerals and around families like that.
I have to.
Yeah. So you know, when you're ready.
Listen, I've been having a little slight conversation with a few other bishops, and I have really cleaned up that live. You got to come see it sometime when it's super clean, but sometimes it's the people who I'm battling with for entertainment purposes only. And I'm yet cleaning out my potty mouth. So God is yet doing the work with my mouth. But my goal is to return back home. That's church.
So you gonna move back to Virginia?
I'm coming to Atlanta. I'm not moving to Virginia.
Oh, okay. Now Atlanta's gonna be a little bit more. Atlanta's gonna be far more liberal and a little bit more free than Virginia.
Of course. Did you see Superintendent Larry Miles at the AIM convention?
I didn't see Larry.
I saw Larry at the funeral, and he said, "Doc, you coming back? I heard little talks." I said, "Yeah, slightly."
Yeah. Larry. Now Larry. I don't know. We sometimes we're real cool and tight, and then sometimes he'll step back. because I didn't even know Larry was as great of a singer as he is. Because I think Larry sings, doesn't he?
Yes, Larry is a great psalmist. He's a great
yeah. And I remember him and Chase working that platform. And working with Daddy Daddy Davis on that. They used to work on the men's side of the platform. So yeah, but and then Larry's mom has died, and so I just don't see him as he hasn't been as active as he used to be.
Okay.
Yeah, or you know, where I have seen him, like I can't. I think the last time I drove him and Barbara, isn't his wife named Barbara?
Yes, his wife is named Barbara.
Yeah, the last time I drove him and Barbara, I think AIM was in Charlotte. We were in Charlotte for AIM. But it seemed like Larry slowed down after the death of Bishop Green. It seemed like he kind of, kind of backed off or backed away from the church a little bit, for lack of a better word. So yeah, but I mean, all of those people I know, and they're really good and great and great people. It's just a part of our life, though. But you'll figure it out. But I think if you in the A, and depending on where you go and who you start.
Do you think Dr. Mary is Bishop Mary? You think he's gonna get it all? Who's next to get it? I don't know who else could get it.
Who, our jurisdiction?
Yes.
It's gonna be a toss up between Mary and Arthur Mosley.
Okay.
I think and I think it probably, either way that it goes, I think it probably would split.
You think it would split? Okay.
Even though we're small, because we were barely a jurisdiction anyway. But I can't see Arthur submitting to Terrence, and I can't see Terrence submitting to Arthur. It's like they're too much of a contemporary.
Okay.
But it was at Mother Foster's funeral that my eyes became a little more open, that I don't think it's going to be like just the cakewalk that I thought it would have been. Like, I just don't think he'll just swoop it up. Like,
you don't think Mary will swoop it up?
Not as easily as I thought. Not as easily as I perceived it prior to. When I saw her funeral and saw the dynamics at her funeral, then I said, but the flip of it is they really pastor the same church. They have the same caliber of clientele. But Merritt's is a little older and a little more established. Sheila is very traditional, and a lot of people, although I love Sheila and Sheila loves me, but a lot of people can't deal with her and that real kind of old school holier than thou in the comments and the throwing off, and because the Cathedral Boys can be really wild.
Yes, you know that. Yes.
Yeah, they can be really wild, and it's all of them kind of together very much for me. And they're very vocal. Oh, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up, and it's like, I mean, we go to a sanctified hand talking church, and you talk about your boyfriend coming to pick you up. I mean, I can't even deal with it. And it just totally wears her out. It just she can, I mean, Sheila, how you deal, girl? How you deal with these boys? How do you deal with these Cathedral Boys? Because they too wild for me. I can't even handle it. No. And so it's a lot if I say. Yeah, because I remember one time she said, "Oh, can you tell them when they exit the choir saying, oh, can the boys go down the other side?" The other way. She didn't even want her to come down the same side that she normally sits on the platform. And I think they changed their singing, but I get the worst. I like them, but I get the worst. It's something about, and it has nothing to do with Arthur Mosley, but it was something about that spirit on Jonathan Greer that lives in that place. That it's just a weird vibe to me in there. Yeah. So but it's gonna be a fight, and then even Randall wants it.
Wow.
Yeah, Randall wants to be a bishop bad.
Do you think he'll get it? You think he'll make him a bishop?
No, I would think. I would think that he would need to. Randall's gonna have to get a building.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, and I don't even know if he still works a secular job, but at some point you're gonna have to put your stake in the ground and really double down. Like, I'm doing this, and I'm doing this for real. Yeah. So. I think that right now, prior to his trying to be a bishop, he's the regional man for evangelism. I think he needs to really, double down and establish himself more. And grow his congregation and really start seeking to get a property.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially before, in just my opinion, I think that men that are and seeking the bishopric need to be well established. You don't need to be renting a building.
Sure, I agree with that.
And you're trying to be a bishop. And what are you going to preside over?
I guess the building you rent it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And you can be put out.
Right.
You know what I mean? I know. No. So you need to make a stake. Make a claim. You need to be, I mean, it's just certain things that you need to be doing that, and they way out there on the east side. So I don't even know, I don't know. They probably are, doing a work in the community out there and stuff. it just may not be visible to me because that's not on the side of town that I'm on. To see it or realize it. So yeah, but I mean, it's a lot of and this, and it's still. I say this all the time. It's still no mega nothing with Kojik's name on it in Metro Atlanta, as big as Metro Atlanta is. It's no one has come and taken this city.
Who would be the closest person? Is Bishop Merritt like the closest person to? I don't know. Every time I was over at Bishop Merritt's church maybe a year ago, and great congregation, but maybe what did you say, about 500 people?
I don't know. I don't like them. I do not. I don't know where those people came from, but I do. I love.
We got a few Angelique's people.
I love him, but I do not like those people. Those people came from that man that had that bad voice, the old man with the that talk like that. But I do no. And I see, my thing was it and a lot of people, and this happens to me often. This doesn't just happen to me with, say, Merritt's congregation. I deal with leaders. I don't deal with go-betweens. I don't deal with, your handlers. I deal with leaders, and I have relationship with them. So, and a lot of times, because I'm a lot, you get, how can I say, okay, so this is going to sound arrogant, but you're going to get my point. I embody with a lot of people in a particular category, because I got to think about what Mother told me. So you read on the line and read in between the line. I embody what a lot of them want and to fantasize and be in their mind. So I walked in Evelyn. You looking at me? I walked in Evelyn's funeral looking like this. Okay. Now, a lot of the boys, they want to be Diana Ross, but they don't have the ability to roll and do it. So then I have a peon that don't know who I am, because he has a lot of non-Kojic people, to my understanding, does. I'm not sure how true it is. And so the thing that made it bad for me is he's burying his mother. I should not be the subject of a text conversation while he's in the limousine on the way to bury Evelyn that, oh, we're apologizing. I didn't know who Will McCrae was, and that there was an encounter, and he's got very upset. You understand what I'm saying? And if I wasn't a classy individual, if the whole thing would have been turned out.
I get it.
Because you have somebody that has a little bit of importance for 5 minutes, when I'm important and have created a platform that makes me who I am 24/7 all the time. You understand? You are running around Donald Tabb with a little bit of authority for 15 minutes at this woman's service that's not packed, and you're trying to control and tell, and then what you want to do, I'm rolling up like Diana Ross when she rolled up at Florence Ballard's funeral, and they wanted to check and disrespect Diane. They didn't let her sing. You know, they had her ill seated for a while, and then they finally brought her to the front row. My mother used to work at Motown back years ago, so it was a mess. And he has a lot of same thing when if I roll up in Vision, you have a lot of and that's why the problems and the negativity and the animosity that people that are in the LGBTQIA plus community have against each other, and how they treat each other, or people that they think, it's gross, and it makes for unnecessary problems. You have that Donald Tabb is a Baptist guy, knows no concept of our church, knows no idea. He feels that I'm this blogger and somebody that he's going to tell not to sit here, or that they should sit. I know that whole entire platform at his funeral is coming down speaking to me, and you're going to say right here, I'm dripping in Oscar de la Renta with $120,000 charm bracelet on my hand. Fox everywhere. And you, excuse me, sir, who are you? It's not crowded in here. I can't, I could have seen if it was, jam-packed or whatever. Who are you? And then why, why, and it always happens. They want to sing, I got, this is my chance. I got 5 or 10 minutes. Then they start seeing all these people, all these dignitaries, listing page and all of these different ones. Oh, Williams, her Williams. Da, 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 da. You see, now you want to backpedal. But I mean, again, this is one of the epitome of classy, distinguished women that has gone on to be with the Lord. And I'm in a catch-22 because I really want to go left. I really want to go all the way, but then it would have put me in a position where I would be looking like, like I did something or said something that would have been inappropriate.
Right.
So, and then and see, he's a little black nasty something, because so I he said that those seats are reserved. I said, well, for who? Because evidently they not here. Because Gilliard is getting ready to preach. So whoever it is, they're not reserved for you. Well, you don't know who I am, Donald, for it not to be reserved for me. That's what I told Tanner. I said, I won't be back over here. Because see, somebody like that I would be leaving going to Wright Street. Cause see, a lot of they see hair and they see nails and they don't know that, no, there is a NIGGER that resides down on the inside. Yeah, so I don't jealous, envious, wannabe people can be a problem. It's just a little polo cardigan. Yes, so I mean he was ooh. And then Bishop and I mean Bishop Matheny, all of them. And then he's introducing me to Bishop Matheny's son, and then we was exchanging because I said I wanted him to, you know, give me some advice about law school. I mean, it was just like, and who is this little peon? And then you got this security guy that's obtuse build, got a gap the size that a Mack truck could drive through. You got bad feet with prosthetic shoes on. And you trying to say, oh, can you please just say, who are you? Why are y'all even asking me? Why are you even have any idea to say anything to me? And then because the last time before that, when I was over there, I walked in with Hogan, and it was sit on the front or the second row. Oh, you was you know, bending over backwards there. So I can't. A lot of, maybe if I went there and, you know, then they got adjusted to me and knew, you know, but I can't take people that are important or feel that they are important for a brief moment, and you know they want to use that as their opportunity to check somebody that because you know a person, if they're not gonna like me, they're not gonna, and that's one of the things that I was telling Brian Carnan when we were in Baltimore. Stop with these people. See, if that's why I'm gonna be the mother said I can't say bad words. I'm gonna be true to Will McCray, because that trying to be nice and that trying to be, ooh, everybody love me and all of that don't work for me. I gotta be Alexis. I gotta be Dominique Devereaux, because that trying to be Crystal. That don't work. That don't work for me. And the reality is, even if I wrote a story 15 years ago, and they decided that they didn't like me for that story, they don't like me today. Even if I change the whole platform of, so I can't do that. I'm gonna be that diva and go ham and go hard in the paint and go hard for the juggler, because you've already made up your mind, and I'm not even gonna try to win you over. And like a lot of people also, what they'll do is they'll try to build a platform off of you. So you they'll create like oh God, what's the guy's name up out of I think he's out of Baltimore. He can't stand Brian Carn. Y'all, what's the guy's name? Supposed to be a prophet, and he's up in Baltimore. He got the scraggly beard. He got the gray beard. No, not Demetrius Senegal. Demetrius Senegal is Robbie Warren. Robbie Warren. Robbie is the only way he can get attention is to say and to keep and to talk about Brian. So what a lot of people will do is, to get attention, they'll say, oh, William McCray. They'll William McCray this, William McCray that. Because they know that I'm not going to give them any space. I'm not going to engage with them. I'm not going to be on their platform and have them. They're not on my level. So I would never even engage or deal with them. But so what they'll do, put my name in a tagline, take one of my pictures and put it up. You know, call me Granny, call me Kojic McCrae, call me a church sissy. You know, all of this to some kind of way get traffic and attention over there to them off of me. And that's what like the guy Rudolph. I was like, I told Ryan, why are you talking to him? He walked running up to me. You remember me? You did a story on me. No, I don't. Oh, okay. I did. Oh, okay. God bless you. I'm adjusting and fixing my hat. You know, I'm so over it. You know, I mean, just trying to create some kind of attention. No. Okay, you want to come up? You want to take your picture? Let's take your picture. Okay. And I tried, like, one of my friends told me that, you know, don't be mean. So I tried to really be nice to the people and say, oh, you wanted to, you know, want a picture? Yeah, we'll take it. But some of the guy, the massage guy that wanted to talk about he loved Jesus for real, and he's doing these what's the guy's name, y'all? He was he lost on Sunday's Best. They beat him up in New York. He's doing the naked massages with the men, and he says he's now he laying down with his whole face in the man's lap, and he's not gay, and the man is naked. Who's massaging? Then he's all in these suggestive positions, playing stretch out, playing gospel music, stretch out, and then man, when somebody say something, you know, like, okay, this is bizarre behavior. So he goes come up to me and say, "Oh yeah," or something. And, you know, he trying to create a viral moment. He gave it. They were doing the offering, so he gonna have me going to give me $100. I sure did. I took that $100 and put it right in my clutch. Yeah, Cornelius him. Yeah. But they were, you know, they were trying to engage and build these. No, you do the work. Do the work. You say you're good, you want to do this, then build your platform and build you an audience. But they were, I mean, and they were trying, I was like, why? And then he comes back, you know, because Ryan is we're a lot alike in a lot of ways. So then he could come back and talk about the man being adored. Oh, I didn't know Rudolph was a bishop and talking about he's a DoorDash. I couldn't dare. Mostly you supposed to be laughing. He must have me muted. Oh, he's gone. So anyway. All right, y'all. I've been on. Is there anyone else that's going to give on tonight? I've been on almost 4 hours. It is time for us to go down from this play. Oh, what you call? Let me see. Hey.
Speaking about the DoorDash guy, he showed his behind off for 3 hours on Thais' show last night, arguing with some guy who was irrelevant. It was crazy. He was all over the place.
Well, I mean, the guy is trying to, evidently he wants to be an influencer or wants to build some kind of platform. I just thought the whole thing was ridiculous. And
well, I knew the guy was crazy because he had Carr counseling him and his wife. And Carr is old enough to be his son. And then what broke the camel's back, and we finally found the coffin and the nail in the coffin. Carr texted the man's wife talking about he called Bishop and said, "How's you and your wife doing?" You know, he was counseling them. Bishop said that me and my wife is no longer together. We separated. He texted that man's wife, "Can you fry me some chicken while I make it down to Mobile?"
But the thing about it is, now was he the guy that I did the story on that had the naked pictures?
Yeah. He admitted it. That's how we
Well, see, I asked him that in Baltimore. See, he's a liar. Because I asked him, he said, "You did a story on me." I said, "Are you the one that was bending over?"
Right.
And showing your whole back behind.
Well,
and
his defense was, which I think is a lie. He said some girl wanted to peg him. And he said, "I don't do no stuff like that. And it's it only." And to show you and let the men down there, he bent over and showed her.
No. He bent over to show her. I think that I don't know, but no. I still have those pictures, and the way that he bent over and the way that he opened himself up, he plays the organ, so it's no way. It's no,
ain't no way.
No, he was doing something he didn't have no business in Baltimore, and I asked him. He said, "You remember me? You did a story." And I got very grand. I got very grand. I said, "No." I said, "Who are you?"
Is he a Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Bishop McQueen?
Yeah. He was living in a boarding house.
So he is a Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck.
Yeah, and he plays the organ at other people's churches.
Well, it was some guy named Brandologist. Brandologist triggered Bishop, and he was hollering, and he was just going crazy. I
thought Thais had blocked Marquise.
Marquise who?
Brandologist's legal name is Marquise.
No, I guess he was on block. Well, I don't know, but
I'm sure Thais had Rudolph on, because anybody that's going to discredit Brian Karn, he was going to have him on.
Right.
But he's not even solid enough to even try to. No, I when he came up, he was looking for a moment. He was searching for a moment to do and get some level of attention, and then people I guess will probably try to see who he is or whatever. But I mean, I just think that I think the way, I carry and conduct myself very different. Well, not very different, but different from Brian, where I'm not engaging. Like, you're gonna ask, people say hello, may I speak to you? May I? You're not just gonna come up on me. You know what I mean? Because I carry myself like royalty. So you're not just going to come up. You're going to be careful with your approach, where he's a little bit now a little bit more approachable than I think he was in times past. And what he's going through probably dictates some of that too. But no. And so when he came up to me, I was like, oh, you don't remember me? You did a story? I said, I do a lot of stories. I said, and who are you?
Right.
And so then he went to explain. So then I said, wait a minute. I said, are you the guy out in North Carolina that had the naked pictures? No, that's not me. Oh, okay. That's exactly who you are.
Right.
You're a freak-a-leak.
Well, somebody, anonymous person text Thais on the show. He had a panel. And it said he's the guy that was bent over with that picture. And
it was not just a picture. It was several pictures on different occasions, and it was a video. So he was very open to that type of behavior.
He was very aggressive and anger. And you a bishop, you are arguing with a peasant named Brandologist and had to explain yourself to a person named Brandologist? It was weird, crazy.
Well, he has a large, Marquise has a large following on Facebook. He probably has about 100,000 followers.
Wow.
Yeah, so he on depending on what platform you're looking at him on. So he's been over here several times. He's a heavyset guy. You probably seen him on with dreads. Oh, okay. Yeah. But no, so but no. And he's definitely a supporter, a great supporter of Brian Carnes. So I bet that was interesting.
Yeah, he's called him the national representative of Carnes. And so he threw shade at him. Said, "No, who told you that?" Oh, I assumed that she was the spokesperson for Brian Carnes. So that was funny. So he said he wasn't, and
no, he just follows his ministry. Yeah. No, and nobody needs to be the spokesperson for somebody that got a mouth like Brian Carnes. You don't need to be the spokesperson for him. He's the spokesperson for himself. Yeah. Hey, Fatima, how you doing? Oh my gosh. Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, it has been 4 hours. I said I was going to come on here for an hour, and it's been 4. It's been 4 hours, so I need to go. I need to go to bed. I thank y'all for hanging out. I hope that y'all have enjoyed. And I hope that I've been dressed all. Oh, I got to talk about the boy, the Nolan boy. I got to talk about that in that strange trip.
Yes, ma'am.
I got to talk about that. So Marquise working. He at work. All right, I got to discuss that. I need to wash my hair. I got to discuss that, and because that whole trip seems to be really bizarre. I'm wondering, well, we got to see what the autopsy said. They hadn't taken any drugs, had they? And then I was looking at the pictures with him and those guys. It was just, the whole thing was just really, really interesting. All right, y'all. It's late. I'm getting sleepy. So thank y'all for hanging out. Please like, share, subscribe, follow me on all. Okay, he's Filipino. He's not black. I thought he was black and Filipino. I thought he was black and Filipino. You know, if you got one drop of black blood in you, you black. All right, y'all. We'll deal with that on tomorrow because that is a bizarre thing. And I am wondering, from some of the pictures, I'm wondering, was it some drugs and sexual things? It's a little overture that looks like might have been going on there that I'm not so sure about. It almost it gave Andrew Gillum vibes to me. It gave Andrew Gillum vibes. It gave a vibe where something inappropriate was going on, and subsequently, as a result, the guy passed away. But I'll look into it. Let's inbox me, Jess, and let me know so I can look more into that, and we'll discuss it on tomorrow. Thank y'all all for hanging out. Please like, share, subscribe. If there's anybody else, I didn't really push the offering on tonight, but if those of you that have given, thank you. Those of you that haven't, please give maybe on the replay or later on before we come back, because we were out for a week. So we definitely want to do that. And I'll be posting. I need all of y'all to get your tickets, all of you to come to Winston-Salem. I am so excited about being in this production. And someone like Dwight Eubanks to even think enough of me to seek me out and to cast me in it is just absolutely phenomenal. And so I want you all to be there in Winston for those shows and a part of that with me. All right. Please definitely contact me. I'm going to be posting it tonight. I'm going to want all of you that like me and that love me. I would love it if you all would post the flyer for the play. It would really mean the world to me if you did. All right. All right, y'all. I'm out.